Testing, testing, testing. Hopefully we don't have any problems with the mic today. The mic is definitely going out. It's on my list of things that I need to, buy a new version of. So there's that. Today we're in Vienna. I'm staying at a viewer's house for a few days, and then I'll be moving to another viewer's house and also in Vienna. And then afterwards, I may, let me see what's going on in the calendar. After that, I'll be going to Switzerland. And then after that, I'm not sure, maybe Denmark. But there's the brief kind of EU update and what's going on and why we're in a different place. This is Carl, if I'm remembering the name of the cat correctly. This is Carl. That's a live cam, so we'll have him on the screen throughout the stream. I'm not sure if he'll do anything. He's probably as tired as I am. I just wanted to make sure that since I'm back at a place with internet and I haven't streamed in a while, I just, check in with everybody. I'm going to play some music while I get all the alerts out, and then we'll be good to go. Hello. Hi. I'll be ready in a jiff. Hey, 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 what's up, party people? Alrighty, I'm gonna toss you guys some music, and then that's clearly a still photo. No, look, he's moving. I'll go over there and say hi to him just to prove it. There you go.
Sam, what is that?
Thanks.
White people happy.
Yeah. Shalom. Inshallah, my friend. What's up, book attracted individual? Not much, brother. I need to toss you guys some music while I do all the alerts and stuff. Be right back.
If you hold me down, then I'ma treat you nice. I need a businessman with a dope boy chain. A businessman doing dope boy things. Off the muscle, like flex, yeah, I love to see you hustle. I'm emotional, you know I can't let you go. I'm emotional, don't wanna see you in no hole. I'm emotional. Come on, baby, talk to me. Break it down for it. What's the money, yeah. Come on, baby, talk to me. Talk to me. Break it down, yeah. Bout shit, get a chick. What's the money, yeah. I'm 50 with my man, like I'm 50 with my yeah. Go ahead and tell me that you love me, baby, tell me that you love me. I'm emotional. Don't you be scared to call me. Baby boy, you should get to know me. Yeah, true, I never lonely, but you should try to be my one and only. You've been on me for so long. What's one more night alone? I might not pick up the phone, but I still want you to call me. Emotional, hair done, nails done, heels, I'm fly, new bad switch, I'm drippin', hot, hair done, nails done, heels, I'm fly, new bad switch, I'm drippin', I'm pretty.
You said there's tons of drama? You know, it's not often that I get to do like the full technical setup, which is actually what we have today, where like I'm using all of the stuff that I brought with me. I guess with the exception of with the exception of my second monitor, I basically have like all the stuff that I mean to have when I do a stream. So I got the second camera, I have this camera, I have my light, I have all my stuff basically, because I'm trying to be better about like making sure that I have everything ready. I'm working on setting up my stream deck again so that I can easily switch between scenes without needing to use the monitor. That's another thing that is surprisingly time consuming, but I'll try to knock that out. I'm going to try to be much more chill about the trip through Vienna. So looking good smarts. Thanks, brother. I don't know. My hair's kind of messy. I spent a lot of fucking time on the mic is scuffed. Oh boy. I'll monitor it. Okay.
Well. Who is this handsome guy?
Thanks. Oh man, USB device malfunctioning. Great. Malfunctioned and Windows does not recognize it. Oh my goodness. Windows is doesn't like the mic anymore. Well, yeah, the notifications are going to sound weird because they're playing through the computer and being picked up on the microphone. Hold on. Let me try and troubleshoot the microphone real quick. Now it's using my webcam as the mic. Okay. I think this microphone is like Dunski's. I need to buy a new microphone. I think I'm just going to use the webcam. Well, actually, hold on. Let me not go doomer immediately. 1 second. Speakers, okay. I'm not going to monitor it. But I will try to get this to work. Yeah, I'm not entirely certain on how to fix this, really. I don't know, guys. I'm so sorry. Let me make sure this is trying to use the right mic here. I don't even know if it's picking this up anymore. Oh, please set up properly. Please, 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 please. 3 USB advanced audio device. I wonder if it's this one. Hold on, is this the right mic? Do you guys think? Does this sound, you got it? It's working? Amazing. Incredible. I will try not to touch it. I will try not to touch it so that it won't get broken anymore. But yeah, so basically I'm in Vienna. I just got off of a very, very, very long bus ride. The bus from Warsaw to here, let's see, when did I get in? So basically I had to wake up. Oh my God, you guys are going to think I'm crazy. So first of all, I don't get to sleep at the hotel in Poznan, which is, hold on, how do I explain this? Where should I start with these stories? It sounds like the gain is kind of high. Try staying 2 to 3 fifths away. Okay. The compressor's probably not working how it's supposed to work, so big rip. I won't touch it because I don't want it to be fucked up anymore. No echo, but it's spiking a bit. Okay, how about here? Here should be much better. Anywho, sound is perfect now. You're good. All right.
So to kind of give you a recap on what's going on in the background of life, I started out in Warsaw. That's where I've been for this entire time that I've been in Europe. And then you did it, Supreme. Yeah, good job, Supreme. It sounds great when you don't deep throat it. Okay, amazing. So I started in Warsaw, right? That's where I've been this whole time. Then I went to Poznan, which is another city in Europe, in Poland in specific. And I hung out with some people there. And that was really, really fun. Wow, that's a lot of follows. I hope that I'm not getting botted with nonsense. Oh, Silly Serious, 115 viewers. That's what it is. Hello, Silly Serious people. We actually just started the stream, so you're entering it at a really good time. Femcell, is she a femcell? Really? That surprises me. Hello, welcome, Silly Serious people. Actually, I'm supposed to talk a little bit about the Dylan Katarana Prime Kai drama. And I did see that Silly Serious had some kind of relation to it, right? Like she spoke with Prime at some point regarding what was going on. It's a joke. I'm not a femcell. They call me one, though. Oh, okay. I mean, maybe I shouldn't comment on that. I don't want you to think poorly of me. But I wouldn't put it past you. You're in all that feminist stuff. Who knows, bro? Sounds like something a femcell would say. Exactly, bro. I'm going to hold off on judgment there. Maybe the audience is onto something. I don't know. Ain't that over yet? I don't think it is because, whatchamacallit? Dylan needs to talk to thanks for the sub. Dylan needs to talk to Prime again and apologize for all that nonsense. I'm not sure if that stream has already happened or whatever. Has that already happened? I saw the tweet about it. But my guess would be this is just going to continue. And then I know that Kat is going back to Canada. I did see something about that. But if Kat is going to go back to Canada and Kat streams again, I'm sure that she'll likely, or they will likely cover this on their own stream or talk about it. And if they say something that's yikesy, I'm sure that would keep this going. So I don't know. I don't know if things are over necessarily. And if Lux is also saying that they haven't spoken yet, then I think that it's not over till the fat lady sings kind of deal. Bullied by book smarts. Yeah, a little bit. Someone's got to put her in her place. She's got too much going on. I feel like she's smart. She is entertaining, I feel like God would mix in a little chemical X and make her a femcell, just to balance things out a little bit. I could see that. Everybody has their critical flaw, their kryptonite, I don't know. It seems like Kat's credibility is completely shot at this point. I mean, it might be. I think that would depend on how the Dylan conversation goes, but I haven't kept up with everything. She's Australian. That's the balance. Yikes. That might be true. Yo, Books, thanks for talking up Wicked Supreme. He's great. Yeah, I've been saying that a long time. I think Wicked Supreme is great. And I am really happy that he was able to actually engage in what was going on this time, in terms of engaging with drama. First of all, if we're going to talk about this, let me first say that I hesitate to call things drama, right? Because to the people involved, to Katarana, to Prime, to Dylan, these are very serious things, right? If Katarana took it really seriously that what Prime was saying was making her uncomfortable or them uncomfortable, then that's a problem for her, right? And then if Prime is having these very serious allegations, posed against him, that's kind of serious for him. And then if Dylan has some kind of relationship with Katarana and Prime is talking to Katarana in this way, that's going to be really uncomfortable for him, and he's going to be personally invested. So, when I use drama, that's kind of just going with the common parlance, but I think that oftentimes our job is to cover stuff like that, and that's certainly going to be my approach to it. It's just, isn't it called drama just because it's public? Maybe. I'm not sure exactly how the definitions and stuff works, but getting back to the Supreme part of this, I was really happy because Supreme generally tries to avoid inserting himself into drama or covering drama or orbiting or any of these other things. But both behind the scenes and publicly on stream, I'm pretty clear that I think that if you want to give your channel a good chance of succeeding, if you want to get in front of a lot of people. Oh, hi, buddy. He is out of the cam. I'll have to find a new place to put the camera. He's exploring the webcam thing here. Hey, bud. Are you hungry? Do you want some food, Mr. Chonk? Do you want some food? Yeah. He might be hungry. I might have to take a minute to feed him, but we'll see. Do you want food? Yeah, you want food? I think I'll feed him. He's a chonker, though. He definitely is. Is that your pet Komodo dragon? No, that's the food that I got for the Komodo dragon later. So I reconstructed the timeline for Dylan, Kat, and Prime. So at the earliest, Kat came to the U.S. on July 3rd. Per her own tweets, I noticed her there pre-Hippy Dippy Championship drama. So at earliest, we could reasonably assume late May for her talking to Dylan. I don't know, dude. We'll go through all that. I took a bunch of notes. I'm going to get you food, okay? One sec. I'm going to get the cat some food. I'm going to get you food, okay? Which one's your food dish? This one? This one? Or is it this one? This one? This one for food? Hopefully you guys can see me. I'll just go in the back and make some food for the cat real quick. Let's get you some food. Where is your food? There it is. Hey, you want some food? Yeah? Okay. I'll give you half. Half, okay? Just to start you off. Half to start. Yes. Okay. Here you go. There you are. Oh. Okay, hopefully he's happy with that. Holy shit, a cat cam? Yeah, almost better than the thigh cam. Why were you talking to the cat in English? Clearly it would only know German. This is true. I didn't really think about that. I mean, I don't assume that cats kind of know any language. Oh my gosh. Wait, the cat cam is a scam. The cat cam's a scam, guys. The cat left like a while ago. I'll just keep it there. Don't tell anybody else that comes in here. Just tell them it's a live cam. Because the cat's actually over here. Cat scam. Yeah. I guess that's what the blinking light probably means on my thing here. I mean, I think pets definitely pick up on words, I would think. I think like tones and stuff, maybe. Maybe tones. Let's see here. I think, so assume talking for at least 2 weeks before her coming to the is. Oh, let me get my notes because we should probably handle this in a proper way. Where's my backpack? Buddy. Oop. He's still a little afraid of me. Just a little bit. He's still like, he doesn't really understand who I am or why I'm here. Okay, so I did take some notes. I watched the Destiny video. If you guys want to watch the Destiny video, I'm sure we could cue that up at some point. This whole stream is fake, is it? I don't think it is. My cat knows a couple words like food, out, no. Yeah. Carl. Let's see here. So my timeline is that let's see, in February or March, Kat is having the calls with Prime, and told him about a boyfriend. So I don't know how that's lining up with the timeline that you gave me, but yeah, August did a very, very good job on that video. I aspire to put out stuff that's at that August level of whatever. What's that thing next to the wall cupboard on the background left from chat? Background left from chat. Oh, that's like a water heater. It's like for heating water. That's what that would be. Yeah, the editing was really, really clever. I thought that like they did a very good job of like incorporating React dandies and their reactions to stuff as well. Like that was something that I really appreciate. I'm fucking with the mic, so I hope it doesn't break. But yeah, like incorporating some more like perspectives of different people and what their opinions were on stuff, I thought was like a good addition to the whole thing. And I did appreciate seeing that from August. Like having Rowley in there, having Eris in there. I thought that was cool, and I haven't really seen that. A water heater that heats water? Yeah, can you believe it? Destiny starved him off content for 2 weeks. It was the perfect time for this drama to drop for him. To drop for who? To drop for Prime? Like, okay, I have a few big takeaways. Let me go through the big takeaways. So firstly, one of those points, Prime has like really, really bad optics. Like, so in the US, the reason why we have Miranda rights, which is what the police tell you when they arrest you, they tell you like, oh, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to have an attorney, blah, 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 blah. The reason why we have that is because there was a court case in the US where this dude was a fucking doofus, right? And he couldn't represent himself. Am I thinking right? Or, like Miranda v. Arizona, is that the one where the dude was really dumb and he couldn't defend himself, or is that another court case? American Andy's in the chat, let me know. I think it might be a different court case, but in any event, there was some court case in the US where the dude was really, really dumb and he had like very low IQ, and there was no way he was reasonably going to represent himself. So he definitely needed a lawyer, and he needed a bunch of like hand holding. I know it's Miranda v. Arizona. I just don't think that that's the right case. What they came up with was that like if you need to pass the bar to be a lawyer and to like defend yourself and to know the intricacies of the law, then it's not reasonable to expect the average person to be able to do it. So people shouldn't be forced to represent themselves. Some counsel should be provided for him, and blah 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 blah. I think that applies very, very well to Prime. I just really don't think that Prime ever independently would be very good at like defending himself. He just seems really fucking bad at it. He has awful optics, both like behind the scenes and like in front of the camera, with everything that I saw from him. The creation and the naming of a war room was stupid as fuck. His own stream where he defended himself, I don't think he did like a very good job or used good bits of evidence. Sometimes he just says some like yikers shit, like blaming it on her personality disorder. Like he just does some things that are just really, really bad for his case, or really distract from things. And like I feel like and he said as much, without Destiny coming on and arguing with Dylan, I think he would have been fucked. And I will also add in here that I think without Supreme interrogating Katarana and the people involved, like I don't think it would have went well either. And I didn't see a note in August's video about how Wicked Supreme had helped this stuff. But, you know, again, I don't have like all the info here. I haven't watched everything, but like I do think that it's worth noting that Wicked Supreme did a very good job of getting down to the bottom of like some really crucial questions, like the intentionality behind Katarana's statement that she put out. Like kind of pinning her down on like, did she think that Prime did this with malice? What did she think was going to happen by putting this out? What did she expect to happen there? Like, I think that like all of that he did a really good job with. And while I do agree that like Destiny talking to Dylan probably had a big influence on this, like I also think that like even if that didn't happen, if anybody had paid any attention to what Supreme was doing, I think that like Supreme would have also filled that space. No, that's just like my opinion. Now, what I haven't done is I haven't seen Destiny talking to Dylan and Kat, because the video ends there, right? And August said that he was going to put out a part 2. So, yep, true. Yeah, okay. Because like I really do think that Supreme did a very good job of questioning people and getting down to the bottom of stuff and whatever. As non-confrontationally as possible. Yeah, and he kept his cool, you know? Like there were a few parts where I can tell he's incredibly frustrated. Like, you know, I forget how he words it. Like, I hate to come off like really pushy, but I'm looking for a yes or a no here. Like, or like not letting her kind of get out of a lot of questions. I thought that was really, really good. And I saw similar with him talking to other people as well. And just like this kind of like asking a question, but also making sure that you get an answer to that question that is sufficient was something he did a really good job at. He didn't just like let shit go, or he didn't let like an answer just kind of wash over it. You know, that's something that I feel like I'm not necessarily very good at. Like when people just want to wash over stuff, if I really want to push them on it, I'll go to the point of frustration and then give up with the person, or I will just like let it go and hope that another question will be answered adequately. Like the time that I asked Bob Seven a bunch of questions, like either I'm going to come off like an asshole in trying to ask him the same question like a dozen times, or I'm going to give up with him. You know, I'm just going to say, okay, well, if you don't want to answer questions, if you're going to be an asshole, like I'm not going to give you the time of day, like whatever, dude. Desi said a couple of hours ago that he won't talk about that situation anymore. I'm done with that. We'll see. Time will tell with these things, you know? I don't mean to throw doubt on, you know, the word of God, because he is a God to some of you people, but, you know, I withhold judgment on such a statement as I'm done with that, because it's going to be really dependent on what else comes out, I think, even if he means it in the moment. I listened to Prime's response and he defended himself well with transparency in his rationalization of what happened. Sure, but I think the problem is that Prime's rationalization of what happened is not like... I don't want to be super mean to him because I didn't take notes on that and I can't give you specifics if you ask me, but it doesn't seem to me that he did a very good job. I just really don't care to go line by line through his explanation and stuff. I'm not talking about that situation anymore. Part 2 coming soon. Yeah. Thanks for the sub. Yeah, like, but that's August putting that out, right? Like something that I think that the audience needs to realize more, and this applies to Vosh, it applies to Destiny, it applies to me, is that editors are their own thing, right? They're an island unto themselves, as is YouTube, right? Like, for instance, I will be coming out with my Surfs versus Lauren Southern thing later this week, and then on Friday, I will be talking with Lauren Southern on my stream. So, you know, that video has been a work in progress for a very long time. And it doesn't mean that I've been thinking about it this whole time or something, or that I'm obsessing about it, or that I won't let it go. It's like the timeline for getting edits out is much longer than a timeline for doing that. So, you know, just keep that in mind. That August working on stuff and putting out videos is always going to be a separate process. It's going to drag behind whatever Destiny's doing on stream. So if he says he's done with something, but then something else comes out on the YouTube, that doesn't mean he's like going against his word or whatever. It's just like YouTube takes its own time. Either Book is going places or Lauren is really desperate for engagement. My understanding is she enjoyed the review. She thought it was funny. So, I don't know, man. Like, here's another thing. So you guys can be mentally prepared for this. I'm not a debate person. I don't do debates. I don't argue with people about their beliefs and shit. So there may not be as much like push back or whatever against Lauren, because it's not what I want to do. I'm curious about like how she forms ideas, how she approaches conversation, how she does prep, how that's changed over time. We'll have a few questions in there about like really basic, like awful shit, like the white replacement thing and stuff like that. Like I intend to ask a few questions so we get those out of the way, but that's not really my focus, and it's not something I like to do, right? So if you're looking for that, just you're going to be disappointed with the talk, because it's not my intention. Like, the other thing is that there are plenty of people who disagree with her vehemently, and they really want to argue with her. And so I imagine that, and she's told me this, that a lot of the conversations that she has are kind of revolving around that all the time. And I'm not really interested in doing that. No, your review was really good. I'm happy you think that. I was really drunk. Yikes, she is a white nationalist and wants to reform her image. Okay, well, I don't know what to tell you, dude. Sounds like a perfect person to talk to about optics, no? Like, oh, do I want to throw somebody else under the bus here? A lot of creators, this is not to defend Lauren Southern, but a lot of creators, in my opinion, get away with like murder. You guys really let people get away with awful ideologies, awful beliefs, things that they never say that they don't believe in anymore, or they give a wink and a nod that they still believe in it, but they will refuse to talk about it because they know it's bad optics. Like, you guys let people get away with quite a bit. So I really don't have any sympathy for your opinions.
Bonus meme, ooh, 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 wins.
There you go. I like it. But yeah, like, can we have an example? No, fuck off. Vosh and Revolution comes to mind. There you go. There's an example from the chat. We'll use that as our example. But yeah, like, if she wants to do her rebranding and stuff, just don't watch her shit. I don't know what to tell you. Like, I'm interested in talking with her. She is somebody who I think performs really well in debates. I don't agree with the shit that she believes in, but I also don't think that there's some like giant platforming issue with like having her on and talking to her either. Wow, Combo V Carl. That's your name, buddy. Thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1s. Enjoy those, whoever got those. Thanks for being Facebook, you love it. Yeah, I know, but she's platforming you, not the other way around. Yeah, that's more or less my opinion as well. Like, the other thing is, you have to realize that with this channel, I am much more fair to conservatives than I think most other people are. Like, I think the only other person I can think of who is like as fair to conservatives would probably be Destiny. But like, I don't like I like appreciating what people are good at, like independent of the ideas, right? Like Rob Noor believes some yikesy shit about trans people and whatever. But you know, when it comes to Rob Noor, I think he performs really well in debates, and people really, really, really struggle to kind of argue against him, right? And I think that that's something that we can point out, and that's something that we can talk about kind of independent of everything else, right? So the same is the case with Southern. Lauren Southern does really, really well in debates, and you really shouldn't pick a fight with Lauren Southern unless you've prepped to do that, because it's clear that Lauren Southern preps, right? Now, she has some times where she gets triggered and loses her shit the same way that Vosh does, and she just kind of goes off on ramble rants in kind of weird ways. Rob Noor does this as well. Steven can do this if you trigger him enough, right? This is like a common problem you see with people. Like, for instance, when she was talking with Xander Hall and they started talking about lawyers and libel law and stuff like that, that's clearly a pet issue for her, and she like was kind of, I think, going further than she needed to with that, but at the same time she gives concessions where I think concessions really can't be expected of other conservative people, right? Like when they were talking about trans stuff and he eventually got her to concede on some of her sources that were outdated or that were like their methodology was no good or whatever, when they were talking about like hormone replacement and things like this. So I may not be remembering those details, right? So fuck off if it like, book smarts, it wasn't fucking hormone replacement. It was actually fucking hormone blockers. Like, okay, bro, shut the fuck up. I don't care. like, you get what I'm pointing at. You understood what I was pointing at enough to correct it. You know what I'm referring to, so don't be pedantic, right? But I see concessions from her. She like really, really performs well in debates. She's doing this rebranding thing. I think that all three of these put together make her like an interesting person to talk to about what is your approach to rhetoric? What is your view of your own optics? And then we're going to have common questions that I hear a lot of people asking me for. And my DMs are always open. So if there's something you feel like I need to address with her and we can take an optics or rhetorical angle to it, definitely let me know. I will be going on the Destiny Discord and asking some of these same questions to them to figure out if they had access to Lauren Southern, what would they want to see discussed? You know, just to kind of have a feel for like what the audience is expecting out of this, to cater to them a little bit while also asking things that I'm personally interested in. So I'm trying to hit a balance there. I realize that people aren't going to be happy because I'm talking to her no matter what. That's how it is, you know? But yeah, I think that it would be interesting to talk to her about optics and how she's approaching these conversations. And then how is she handling kind of some of her more yikesy past takes? And then from there, we move on to just, you know, what makes you tick? What like, why do you feel compelled to take up some of the issues that you take up? How do you measure out, like, what could the public harm be of an opinion versus like your veracity in arguing for it, right? How are you able to catch yourself when you're wrong? These kinds of basic questions that I don't feel like a lot of people ask her or give her the opportunity to talk about. That's the kind of stuff that I want to do. So that's more or less where it's going to be going. His arguments are okay, but he has like negative charisma. Who does? If Lauren wants to rebrand and drop some of her worst positions, that can only be a good thing if you're left. Yeah, that's the other thing, dude, is like, if she's going to start being more reasonable per your kind of political taste, and she's going to start moving over on opinions, and she's going to just drop talking about some of her more yikesy takes, like, that's a good thing, right? It's a good thing that Vosh doesn't talk about revolution anymore, even if in his heart of hearts he would want that, or talk about shooting people that disagree with his ideology if it comes down to it, right? Probably good he doesn't talk about that anymore. He may still low-key believe that, right? He may even give us a wink and a nod that he still does believe that and transparent in that way. But like, I think it's good that they're not espousing that, and that's not becoming a common part of the conversations that they're having, because it's just something you don't want to see out there. Similar with Lauren, even if Southern doesn't believe in that, even if Southern does believe in some of that stuff still, her choosing not to make videos about it, her choosing not to bring that up in conversations, I think is like a good thing. Now, granted, if you're part of the Antifa crowd, you may disagree with that. You may think that like, well, no, book smarts, because she's only not going to use that until she has enough power or privilege or influence to like then start to push people in that way. Or perhaps she's scheming to push people in that direction in more covert ways. Like, okay, like, if you're going to be that like fundamental about it, then sure, that's just, we have a difference of opinion there, right? And that's another thing about this stream is like, don't send me a fucking question mark with no other information, brother, because I will fucking time you out of just spite. Nothing pisses me off more than just a fucking standalone question mark. What the fuck are you talking about, brother? Exclamation point there. I like that. Yeah, just give me an exclamation point. I can interpret that positively. I typed out a message, but it was deleted by mods. Relax. All right. Kick this fucking Hollywood person for fucking 24 hours. A mod removed your message, bro? Okay. And you're pissing me off, bro? And you're telling me to relax? Matter of fact, you relax. Don't tell me to fucking relax, bro. Get him the fuck out of here. If there is a mod here, I assume there is since this shit got removed. Oh, it's coming? What's coming? I do think that a bit, but can't be sure unless she's challenged on her belief. Oh, yeah, to kind of finish that point. If that's what you believe, that's totally fine. Remember that, like, I don't like arguing with people. I don't like debating people. If you believe differently, if you have a higher standard for that stuff, okay, I can get it. Like, I see the logic there. It's just not a place that I go to. Books is angry? No, I'm not. It's just annoying to me. No, that's 2 strikes and you're gone for 24 hours. Still feel nervous about her given her previous ties with white supremacy groups, but will be interested to see her talk with her. Okay. Book Smarts, we have to allow people to experience doubt and let them explore that. Sure. Am I not letting them experience doubt? You can experience doubt all you want. Like, that's fine by me. I don't care if you doubt her. I'm not even saying that I don't doubt her. Like, I do actually think that, like, I don't know, from the positions that she was at to kind of like here's the other thing is like, I haven't done like extensive like looking into where this is coming from, but when people are like she's rebranding or whatever, like, is rebranding just that she doesn't talk about her yikers ass opinions? Like I don't understand. Like, it's not like with Hunter Avalon where he's trying to pass as like a lefty now, right? Like, am I misunderstanding this? Like, I don't understand the rebranding. Your audio seems a bit high, peaking, I think it's called. Deal with it. We can't fucking fix it, brother. I don't know what to tell you. I have a compressor on. It's not working. The mic is not working. I need to buy a new one, so fuck off. Full ideological pivot, KEKW. Well, that's what I'm asking is like, I'm wondering, like, where is that coming from your guys' opinion? Like, where is this whole pivot thing? Because, like, with Hunter Avalon, it's very clear to me and I can understand it, but I guess I haven't seen enough of, like, Lauren to understand. But I don't really get that. Like, I guess she's just talking to more people in our space. She was off social media for a while and she came back and explained why she came more to the center. Oh, okay. But is like coming back more to the center after Trump really like rebranding? I don't know. It feels like you just lost your foot in the door for yikers shit to talk about, right? Like, once Trump doesn't win again, then it's like, ooh, okay, fucking, you know, I've never been with those Trumper people. They're kind of saying some crazy shit now. And like, actually, like where I find myself is in the middle until I have a guy in charge who I kind of gives me a foot in the door to talk about my more yikers takes. Like, you know, and that's the thing is like, hold on, this might be really controversial. Let me think about this. If Bernie Sanders had won the election and Bernie Sanders suddenly came out with like,
Here's what I want to do. All right. We're going to fucking take the money from the rich. We're going to knock down the fucking doors and we're going to take it. My wealth tax isn't working. We're going to fucking do the National Guard.
Like, you guys would start cheering that on. I believe you guys would start being like, fuck yeah, Bernie, knock down their fucking doors, take their shit. Like, I really do think that like you guys would be like that. Bernie would have like no, like in this hypothetical universe where Bernie goes crazy. Because I don't think he actually would, clearly. But if that were to happen and he tries to do all this shit, all of it gets shut down. A bunch of yikesy rhetoric that all of you kind of jump onto because you like lefty stuff. And then he doesn't win a second term as president and we go to like a more moderate Dem or a more moderate Republican. I feel like a lot of you would have to start coming back off of memes like fucking guillotining people or like, oh, if you're going to do a no-knock warrant on a rich person's house, maybe you should just shoot them like you do poor people. Like, I could see you guys starting to do really yikers shit and then having to walk that back once that opportunity is no longer out there. So like, I just think that like people with more crazy right ideas had that opportunity with Trump and we just haven't had the same opportunity with lefty people. But I have no, like, there is no uncertainty in my mind that you guys wouldn't jump onto that shit if we had like a fascistic or a like kind of authoritarian lefterly president. I really do believe that that would be the case for a lot of you guys. I believe that would be the case for a lot of lefterly content creators. I would bet that like Vosh would be jumping on that shit and Lance would be jumping on that shit and all of the resistance people would be jumping on that shit. I bet you they would. And then they would have to walk it back. So like, you know, when I'm looking at this isn't to just like both sides things, but like when you guys say shit like this, or when you're criticizing her for things like this, I'm just not sure if you're really extending your empathy to like all dimensions of the conversation or really understanding like the unique opportunity that Republicans and conservative people had to kind of begin to invest themselves into really extreme versions of their ideologies because it became practically possible for them to do so, right? It started to seem like maybe there's a momentum going and I can push it in this direction, the same way that if Bernie won and he wanted to do a bunch more stuff, you would start to feel like the tide is turning and you can start pushing really hard in that direction. I've been watching a show called Peaky Blinders, and spoiler alert, in case you're going to watch the show, I'll give you a second to mute. So at some point, the leader of the Peaky Blinders starts to become like a political Andy, okay? And he gets kind of wrapped up in the fascist party in the United Kingdom. And seeing how people very quickly shifted to the fascism after like the market collapse and how they wanted to blame Jewish people and shit, I really do think that like lots of people are just on the brink of being pushed towards really extreme ideologies. And it's just the practical existence of that thing that is stopping them from engaging in that rhetoric or in those ideas. So it may just be that I don't have a lot of faith in people, but I really do think that like a lot of people are in a place where like if their ideological tilt starts to gain power, they're going to start pushing shit like really fucking bad. Peaky Blinders is fucking incredible. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. I look forward to watching every episode of it that I do. I'm all caught up. I finished season 5. At first, I was kind of not about it because I don't like romancy shit. Like, I didn't really care for his romance with everybody and whatever. I didn't care for a lot of that. But then they started, like, bringing it back around to what I think they handle well, which is, like, trauma and grief and things like that. And once the romance was able to turn back into that, I liked it more. Like Arthur's relationship with his wife Linda, like, oh, I like this, and I don't like this because there's a romance there. I like this because she is like a ballast on him. But like, I don't know. I don't want to go into too much spoilers and details, but that relationship, like, I really like that. I like the way that's working. Yeah. Midsummer is so good at showing how easy people respond to indoctrination. Oh, I haven't seen that. I probably need to. A lot of people talk to me about it. I know a lot of people who watch that movie and side with the fascist cult. Eek. Yeah, the way other characters age over time is super interesting. I love it. Like, I love seeing Arthur just like torn, especially in like the 4th and 3rd seasons, how he's just really torn between how he used to be and how he really is, you know. And to see him at his breaking point in season, I think it was 1 or 2, where he like beats the shit out of that kid and kills them, like his whole arc, I really fucking like it. So yeah, I wish I did like movie reviews and stuff. I would love to talk about that show. Just read the Gulag Archipelago to see how quickly people were turned by the government, how quickly laws changed. I mean, yeah, you could look at a bunch of different examples. Lauren Southern is only 26. She was in early 20s when she had cringy takes like all of you. That's not a forgive and forget, but she got married, had a kid, and it's reasonable to assume she's matured in some way, in my opinion. Yeah. People are definitely going to interpret that as like giving her the benefit of the doubt or giving her an out. But yeah, like there's a lot of like being empathetic and looking at this from different perspectives that can like really help even out your opinion of the lady. But, you know, I've learned at this point on Twitch that encouraging people to do that is kind of like not exactly a fruitful task. So, you know, all I can do is like what Philip DeFranco says on his news show. That's my take on it. I'd be interested in hearing from you guys what your take is, but you know, like that's kind of where the conversation ends, I think. Like I can tell you what I think and how I've arrived at that, and you can either latch onto that or not, and that's really going to depend on how much you like the person or not, and that's outside of my control. Is she so bad she doesn't deserve the benefit of the doubt? I don't know. You have to ask the people that hate her. Nope. Once canceled, you're canceled forever. No one's allowed to grow and change opinions. Not a single one of you would be this charitable for leftists. I hope I'm not included in that, because I am really charitable to lefty people. Like I really try hard to not focus on like the negative shit that lefty people say. And I really could very easily do that just every time I do a review, but it's just not productive, right? It wouldn't be productive to look at all of Vosh's statements as Irish Laddie when I'm doing a review of him. It wouldn't be helpful for me to look at Destiny's statements back when he was fucking Nebraska Andy, right? Like, I just don't think it's super productive to do, so I just try not to do it unless like I absolutely have to for some reason, like unless it's like pertinent to the conversation at hand. At the end of the day, ignoring right-wingers who had big platforms didn't work before. If their ideas are not bad enough to be banned off sites, we have to engage them. That's another opinion that like I'm neither here nor there on. Because like here's the tough thing. There's a lot of people that believe like we shouldn't let them into our spaces, or we shouldn't normalize those beliefs. And they believe that you're normalizing it by kind of like including them in that way, right? So if you don't want to normalize them or include them, then you're always going to be against platforming them in any sort of way. But I think those are really hardliner people that I just simply don't agree with, right? Like I get where they're coming from. I get where like their ideology leads them to those conclusions. It's just not an ideology I prescribe to, or I ascribe to, I mean. So it's just never somewhere I arrive at conclusion wise. And that makes it tough for me. Empathy towards someone who is a literal white nationalist kind of requires the white nationalist to at least disavow of that white nationalist shit. For you, Alex, but that's not the way it works for me. Like, oh, man. Like, I get I'm weird in this regard, so I'm weird. I'll admit that. But I really don't find it hard to point my empathy at any kind of human being. I don't think it's hard to empathize with the pedophile. I don't think it's hard to empathize with a black nationalist. I don't think it's hard to empathize with the white nationalist. I don't think it's hard to empathize with the fascist. I don't think it's hard to empathize with a eat all the rich lefty person. Like I don't know, like my empathy isn't locked within some like ideological conditions that are necessary to like actually facilitate it, right? Like I feel like I can empathize with anybody, really. Like I can't think of many people that I can't like empathize with. And if I can't, like normally it's for like very personal reasons about the way they treated me. And it's more so out of practicality than it is out of an inability to empathize or like, you know, whatever. But if you draw the line at their, you know, political ideologies and stuff, then whatever, you know, we just have different opinions and it's super okay. Empathize with this middle finger emoji. So what you're talking about is actual empathy. Yeah. Can you empathize in a boat? I can empathize in a plane, in a train, in an automobile. I think there's a massive issue with 90% of people in politics where it's us against them and they never think from the other side's perspective. It just kills a bunch of dialogues. Yeah. But I think there's a lot of stuff that kills a lot of dialogue here, you know? Like it kills dialogue that everybody wants to win. It kills dialogue that everybody has a brand they need to push. It kills dialogue that people know what they need to do to get the clicks and attention, right? Like there's a lot of really big problems here. And I don't think it's like limited to just like ideological differences in the way that you treat like that. So what are you guys lolling about and stuff? So like, yeah, you know, I understand book smarts, but I'm a black person. Okay. So it's kind of different for me, but I see what you're saying. I don't doubt it's different for you. You know, like if a candidate or like a person supported the idea of like kicking me out of my own country, like I would have a beef with the person, but I don't think that stops me from empathizing with them. I think it means that I like really disagree with them hardcore politically, right? Like I don't know, man. Like I can never understand what you're talking about, right? Because I'm not black and I don't have people chanting for a white ethno state, but like it just, that doesn't click for me. Like that additional info just does not bring me over a hump. I'm sure it's context for like why you feel the way that you do, but like this, like this person says kind of annoyingly, Antifa super soldier says black people can't empathize. Like, yeah, that's where I'm at with it. I get that they're being a bit extra, but like, yeah, somebody wanting to kick me out of the country doesn't like take away my ability to empathize with them, right? I think I can still do that. I can still try to understand why they have a dumb fuck take like that. Like, I love the government that we have, and I think that like it's important to protect the institutions of the government that we have. But I know people in my personal life who didn't think that the election was right and said that if they were at the Capitol Hill, they would have raided it, and that given the opportunity, they would have done awful things to politicians. And like that pisses me off a lot. And I think they're a huge part of the problem. Or people that are like anti-vaccine and that are like actively causing problems for people because of that. Like, right? These things infuriate me to like an extent that I feel like is difficult to put into words. But that doesn't mean that I can't empathize with that person. It doesn't mean I can't understand how they arrived at that conclusion or have faith that they will change it in the future. Or, it doesn't mean that stuff turns off for me. But I guess if I take what everybody is telling me at face value, it seems like that's the case for lots of people. So that's why I'm saying, like, I may be weird. Everyone wants a mic drop moment you can clip in 30 seconds if you like to engage beyond that. Yeah, and like that's not fun to watch. You don't have to empathize, but you don't have to like try to destroy them either. There's balance in all things, right? And I think there's a lot more balance here than just like, I don't empathize with them because they have a position that I disagree with or that puts my life at risk or whatever. But I say that as a white guy with an easy, yeah, see, that's where we stop listing evals because you're white. I can't empathize with white people. That's the one group of people that I can't empathize with. White men, dude. Can't stand them. Where did Southern promote a white USA? I'm not sure, dude. You have to ask them. Is books yes, it's worse than normal. It's worse than normal. There's nothing I can do about it. There's something to be said for recognizing when a person is operating on bad information or logic rather than being evil. Sure. Like, I don't have a lot of faith in people that they come up with their own beliefs and stuff out of like the ether, right? I think that a lot of people are swayed and get facts and information from certain sources, and that's really what makes them one way or the other. That's certainly the case for me. I like looking at religious texts for like a lot of information about how to guide my life. I like looking at people who I think seem very kind and empathetic and patient, and I take what they say with like, less prejudice, and I think better of it, right? Like, we all choose our different sources of information. We're heavily influenced by them, and I think that that's making up a lot of the person that you see on screen or the person that you see typing out these opinions or voting in those ways, right? So like, I don't know about this being evil thing. Like, if you're gonna pin the evil on them, like, I would hope to God that you're putting a much more significant like judgment of evil on whatever had led them to those conclusions, because I think that that's what's hurting more people at a broader level. Like, if there was some kind of water source, like a well somewhere that was making people evil every time they drank out of it, like, sure, I guess the people become evil because they drank water out of the well and turned evil. But like, that well is like the source of all evil, and I think I have a particular prejudice against the well more than I do necessarily the people that ended up drinking the water, right? So I think like, if that's the way you're thinking, just remember that there's a lot of influences to lead people to be this way. And to take one out of like the socialist book or the liberal book, whatever, like the lefterly book, like, I think institutions can be a huge problem, and it might be helpful to focus on institutions if you don't have a means of changing the mind of the individuals, right? Like, I am not a debate person. I don't do debate. I'm not going to debate Lauren Southern. Like, instead, I'm going to like focus on her as a person and how she arrives at conclusions, where she's getting stuff from, and kind of redirect whatever my feelings are towards something higher up the ladder. Do you empathize with the dumb fucks in chat? Yeah. It doesn't mean I won't punish them. Empathizing with Lauren or anyone else is easy for me too, but that's not enough for me to have a good opinion of her. Yeah, sure. I don't think it should. Or even be trustful she's not going to cause more harm. Sure. I didn't say either of those things. Changing your mind or reforming is not impossible, but I'm going to need to see more from her before I change my opinion. Sure. But I just don't think that like her opinion should be the thing that makes you stop empathizing with. Anywho, let's move off of this subject because I could care less. As a chat dumbfuck, that feels good. Yeah. Well, Like, I still will punish you guys, because the point of the punishment is more so to save me from you, right? It's like throwing you in an asylum. Like, I'm throwing you in there so you don't cause me any more harm. I feel for you. That sucks. I'll pray for you. But I need you to be not in my fucking chat. I don't care. Fuck you guys about the could care less thing. I hate the causing harm logic. You can find harm in so many. Yeah, let's not keep doing this, because you guys are going to split into factions. You're going to start adding each other, and then you guys are going to have a whole thing going on. Sometimes Booksmarts has to make you go away sometimes so he can still love you. Yeah, maybe. Or so I could love everybody else. Like, you don't want me to be super mad. You going to psychoanalyze her? No. Anywho. Let me see what's going on here with this cat cam, because the cat cam is not working properly. Save cam 2. Let's go ahead and deactivate, activate. There we go. He's really far away now. He's just chilling though. Hablas español un poco. But like not a lot, dude. Oh, now he's having arrest over there. Yeah, he is. What is your accent? Are you Fargo born? What the hell does that mean? No, I'm from California, Southern California. Sounds like the Joe Rogan approach. Just have a casual conversation. Yeah, like, and I know people hate him for that. Like, oh man, like the direction I want to take things, I'm so well aware of the criticism to other people doing similar that like, I really worry about it. Like, I just want to talk with people. I just want to have fun with people. I just want to be able to have access to lots and lots of interesting people that are good at one thing or the other, or are interesting for one reason or the other, and to like talk to them. And you guys know that for a while I've been saying that I want to start doing one-on-ones. I think that Lauren Southern is probably a good person to kick that off with. Nice and controversial, so for people that want to get upset with me, we can get that out of the way early. But it also puts a foot in the door and helps me practice something that like I want to keep doing, right? I want to have Wicked Supreme on maybe to talk about this drama and his approach to it, and some of the messaging that he wanted that I don't think came off very well, right? Hopefully we're going to do a line by line of his conversation with Destiny, which I get. For all the praise that I've been giving Wicked Supreme, I don't think that was a good showing from Wicked Supreme. But I think it will be helpful to go line by line through that, see where it went wrong, find the messaging that he really wanted to get across that he wasn't able to for one reason or another, and then have a one-on-one conversation where we can maybe go through that. I think that would be like a good setup for the Supreme conversation. And then, of course, Connor, counterpoints. The problem with Connor is he gives me a fucking little window of time that is always awful. Connor, if you're listening to this, counterpoints. I cannot do like 8 p.m. PST. I can never ever do that. Like it's not possible, because the time zones don't mix. And if you have no flexibility in your schedule, like I cannot do it with you. So, you know, if you take a day off and you like are free at a reasonable time for me, then that's cool. But like your schedule has made it very difficult to be able to do this. But I would love to talk with you. Are you visiting Dusty in Sweden? No, I asked. I think that like him and Melina really want some like time together, you know? So I think that's more or less the purpose of his trip here. And so they're gonna spend some time together and do their own thing, and I'll do my own thing. Which isn't to say that I won't hang out with Melina though, because Supreme has expressly said no, but Melina has Destiny has expressed like an explicit no, but Melina seems interested. So maybe we'll do Melina content. I'm not sure. Been keen on Wicked Supreme line by line. That's good. That's good. I'm happy you're excited for it. Which Wicked Supreme Destiny convo? The fucking most recent one where they talk like, I'm going to start being mean. I won't be mean to you, Arthur. But it's the most recent one. The world needs more line by lines. This is true. And I've been taking time off. Is Supreme in Sweden? No. What the fuck? Oh man, you guys are gonna make me you're gonna make me rage. Don't make me rage with these stupid fucking questions. The world took a turn for the worse when Joe Rogan started rolling with the IDW types. I disagree. Like I like that that's where you guys draw the line. I think the problem was when he took such a hardline stance against vaccines. I think that was when we had a bit of a problem. When he started talking about corona stuff, I thought that was a problem. I really didn't think it was a problem that he talks to the intellectual dark web people. I don't think it matters because I don't care who he has on the show. Like, I don't know. And everything they said pretty much, I'm like, okay, like I can see that. I don't know. He's like a normal dude. So most of the stuff he says, I can like agree with as a normal dude. But then he gets like, he's gotten way more conservative, and some of his more conservative takes I like disagree with. Who needs more of a shower, Destiny or Supreme? Supreme? I don't know. They're both clean. I've met them both in person. Destiny seems plenty clean, but he dresses like a hobo. And then Supreme is plenty clean, but he's got that like long hair. And I guess Destiny had long hair and that didn't look as clean. Like, I don't know. They both take care of themselves. I don't think either needs a shower for any reason in particular. I didn't know there was a recent one. That's why I was confused. Oh, okay. Well, then you're a dumb fuck. And you deserve my criticism. Woolworkle says, I think you shouldn't be mean at chat for not following random Twitch drama. Isn't it a good sign if someone doesn't know about a recent conversation Steven had with Wicked? Sure. Just don't ask me because I don't care to answer it. Do you think Destiny hates Americans in Europe as the reason he does not want to hang out? No. Unless he lied to me. I think he really just wants to hang out with Melina. I agree the vaccine thing causes potential harm, but everyone else is like, it's like whatever. That's where I'm at with it. I don't care who he talks to. Can we have a reroll on that Joe Rogan Oh, yeah. Fuck. Hold on. Okay. I need to introduce the idea of rerolls to you. That I will explain. So there's a guy that emailed me. And he was like, Booksmarts, I have the next best fucking addition to the stream for you, bud. You got to re-roll your opinions for donos or for gifted subs. So if you guys give 5 subs or you donate $20, I'm going to set it at 20 because it may get me into trouble. I will re-roll an opinion on anything that you come up with. And the example that this guy gave in his email was a Magic the Gathering card reviewer guy. So every time there's new cards in that card game, he'll talk about what he thinks about each of the cards, if they're strong, if they're bad, what he likes, what he doesn't like. And then people can do a reroll on that opinion, and he has to come up with like whatever they say. So if he says, I think this is a 1 out of 5 card, somebody can say, re-roll that for a 5 out of 5. This is grifting. Yeah, this is real grifting. I like this. And then he has to give a take and an explanation as for why it's a 5 out of 5. So I think like re-roll Lance for being charitable, or like re-roll Lance for his listening skills. Like, and then I go, you know what? I think that Lance is really good at staying on topic. Lance has a perspective that he's trying to get across, and he's not going to let people distract him. Like, any opinion? Yeah, any opinion. Any opinion I give, you can re-roll it, and I think that'll be fun. Booksmarts will review Sansel defending Maddie Cakes faking screenshots. Ooh. I didn't hear about Maddie faking screenshots. But is Maddie the same person as Samantha? Are these the same person? I'm out of the loop. Oh, this is the day 9 thing he does. Yeah. So I'm definitely going to be doing that because that sounds really fun. Can you veto a reroll? No. And it's not like the reroll is my actual opinion. I think people are smart enough to know the difference. But like, I just think it would be another like fun addition or like a fun quirk to add to the channel because most of our stuff is based on opinions and analysis and reviews. I think it would be fun to give you guys the opportunity to reroll opinions for fun. She faked death threats and then got meme death threats and posted those as proof. Okay. Maddie is the one Destiny was cool with in the canvassing arc. Maddie. That was the lady who was with him when he debated the conservative person? Because I met her in real life and she didn't seem like a crazy person, but you know, I'm not the best judge of character necessarily. Do you re-roll it to what we say? Up to you. So you can give me what you want me to re-roll it to, or you can just ask me to re-roll it in general and I can take a different angle. I.e., if I was a Nazi and told you to re-roll in the JQ, that might not look good to Twitch mods. I mean, if it's terms of service, I won't do it, clearly. But yeah, like if you try to do something stupid with it, then I will take your money and make fun of you. I will just take your money and make fun of you, bro. Maddie is an IRL political person turned streamer. She interviewed Destiny with Afro Sabi around the Gudgel stuff. Oh, okay. WH Omegalol, don't remember her. I'm not gonna do this without a free trial. Reroll your opinion on Munster. Nope. I'm not doing it for free. Actually, somebody asked me, somebody paid for this one time, and I didn't do it because the stream was ending. So I'm going to do it right now. Somebody asked that I re-roll my opinion on the pushing the button to eliminate every single person on the earth at once in a painless way. You know what? I definitely wouldn't press it, because you know what? I think that there's a lot of beauty in art, in culture, in history, and the idea that we would lose that all in a single moment. You know what? Europe has completely changed my mind on this. After seeing the beautiful buildings in Poznan and the ones that we recreated in Warsaw, I'm really starting to get an appreciation for human culture and how despite all this adversity, despite all this bad blood, we're really able to come together to a point where I can drive over the border between the Czech Republic and Austria and Poland without any problems. And we have the stars of unity representing a European Union born from the ashes of what was two awful world wars. It's really giving me a lot of hope. So now I wouldn't press the button. That'd be totally wrong. There you go. Oh shit. Oh God, what's this about?
Streamlabs customer service reroll.
You know what? I got to give it to Streamlabs. They got a lot of people on payroll. When one person couldn't solve my problem, they tossed me to another person. When that person couldn't do it, they gave me the motherfucker with the Linux avatar who really could probably help me. And I got to give it to them. Maybe their app isn't doing the best. Maybe it's not. Maybe their business model and their advertising is a little shady and fraudster-like. But you know what? Those support people really do try. And I think that that's something highlighting. I would give them a 4 out of 5, you know, because that customer service is just something that, you know, you can't put a money amount on. It's tough for me to even put a star amount on. Very, very difficult. But there you go. There's your rerolled opinion. This kind of reminds me of Video Game Donkey. Well, there you go. Sometimes I write something here, then you yell at someone, so I debate. Yeah? You know, that's... Dang, he's apologizing finally. Wait, does that mean Booksmarts is a fan of instrumentality? What the fuck? 5 bags of popcorn? What are you talking about? Ever wonder why dogs have 2 eyes and not 3? No. This reroll feature is very convincing. Oh, well, there you go. Booksmart's rerolling opinions is my newest favorite thing. I'm happy to hear it, brother. I'm happy to hear it. It might be fun. It might get me in trouble. Who knows? Let's see here. Dylan Brayden's just went live. Oh, okay. Should we raid into him then? It's because dogs can't look up. Interesting. The reroll thing is going to get you climp chimped. Well, I hear that that's good. So, are the rerolls permanent though? No. What the fuck? Like, the rerolls are a meme, party people. Like, it doesn't mean that, like, you've managed to flick a switch in my brain and change my entire opinion. You can't just be like, hey, reroll on my attractiveness or something, and I'm like, oh, fuck. I've seen the light of God. You're beautiful. You're such a handsome chatter, Anon. You're so beautiful. I'm floored. I'm taken away. If you were in the room right now, I'd get fucking me too. Like, no, bruh. It's not fucking a permanent thing. That's dumb. Can I re-roll your ability to not flip a switch? Yeah, bro. You can re-roll my opinion on anything. Never thought I would see the day when we'd be arguing whether or not Lauren fucking Southern is a white nationalist. Well, I mean, that's you, buddy. You're fucking debating with people about that, not me. $20 to rewire a streamer's brain. Yeah, to like physically manipulate my opinions. Doesn't Dylan usually do a 15? Yeah, he has a giant fucking starting screen. Like, it was funny when that administration was like, oh man, I always roast Dylan, dude. I gotta go easier on that. You know what my editor told me when he was editing the most recent review of the Lawrence Southern thing? He was like, hey, I hope you don't mind, but I cut down a lot of like the Dylan stuff because you came off like particularly harsh. And I was like, all right, you know, sorry about that. If I came off harsh, I came off harsh. Like when I try to tap the brakes, I've been watching a lot of F1 sports racing, so pardon the sports analogy here, or the racing analogy. When I tap the brakes and I'm like trying to take it easy on somebody because I like them, I feel like my entire car just like freaks out, like my brakes are broken, and it ends up like violently getting out of my control. So like when I'm trying to hold back and not be particularly mean to Dylan or to Supreme or somebody, I feel like my entire car like freaks out from having to like slow down at 200 miles an hour, and I don't handle it well, and it comes off way worse because I'm like gritting my teeth trying not to like say something. I really do think it would be less bad if I would just go full force with it. I think that is the Hans. I'm sorry if I get this wrong because this is going to look bad. I think that Hans DM'd me. Did you not on Twitter or something? Or did you get added in a tweet? I remember you from Twitter. I thought that you were the same person as what's his name? I thought that Hans was the name of Infrared. But I guess they're two different people. So I barely learned the other day that you two are different people, because I saw you like doing lifting. I saw you like doing a lifting thing, I think, on your Twitter, and I was like, oh shit, that's not Infrared. And I was like really confused. So I'm sorry that I associated you two so closely. Haas. That's right. Haas. That's the other guy's name. I feel like that's reasonable to get them mixed up then, no? Did you already spoken about the Dylan stuff? No, I haven't. We'll probably do like a dedicated stream. I just wanted to do something while I was in here. I need to move the cat off of the bed there before I go to sleep. I'm super allergic to cats. This one hasn't bothered me nearly as much, but I'm starting to feel it more and more. Tomorrow I'll buy antihistamines and I'll be good to go. But we'll see how tonight goes, because that's the bed that I'm going to be sleeping in, and he's really comfy by the pillow. Prime Kai is starting now. Sorry for the viewer evacuation. I don't mind, dude. It's just baffling that people who have good arguments start with a lie. Damn. I don't know who that's in reference to. I visited my friend at his new house. He told me to make myself at home, so I threw him out. I hate having visitors. Oh shit. Yeah, but we'll talk about that later. We'll talk about all that later. You need to put on Dylan's stream on your stream and react to it. Oh, true. Should I do that? Hey, is there a mod in the chat? Can we do a poll real quick? We could try and do a poll here. I think I can actually do that here. /poll. /poll. Okay. All right, we'll do a 5-minute poll for that. There we go. React Andy roleplay. If you're on YouTube, go to the Twitch and you can do that. And while you're over on the Twitch, give me that Prime sub. I could really use it. I hope we get some of those if I do end up doing this. I would rather watch Dylan's stream on your stream, Lamau. I feel ya. I'm evil. Yeah, I would rather watch Dylan's stream on my stream too, brother. Be quite honest with you. I'm sure I'm the only one. Yeah, I wouldn't care to either, especially not having like all the context and stuff. I want to see if Dylan will walk back the claim that he heard sexual harassment over the call. We'll see. We'll see. Book's falling into the React Andy vortex. Hey, bro, we got to get our paycheck, do we not? We got to get that paycheck, you know? It is what it is, dude. That's the way of the West. Uh-oh, these votes are not looking good. These votes are not looking good. I'm going to give a vote of no on that one. Wait, does that cost me my own channel points? I hope not. Business Smarts is my favorite Smarts. Eesh, I don't have alcohol. Dylan has profited enough from being a fuckhead this past week. Let's watch it here. True. That's base as fuck, Tommy. You can have my Prime when I get back. It's only a couple of days. Okay. Oh, are you waking up now? Oh, not really. Here, I'm going to adjust the cat cam as well. I'm having some socialist Coca-Cola from the EU. I don't really like it as much as American Coca-Cola, as much as Freedom Cola, but you know, it'll have to do. It'll have to do, donkey. Why are there so many new followers? Because I'm fucking cool and people are discovering me? I don't know. Good point. Watch Prime stream and protest to Dylan. That's... You guys are so fucking smart. What would I do without you? I love you guys. You know... I've been too harsh on you guys. Your root beer sucks. Your mom sucks. And swallows. Sorry, that was uncalled for. I haven't tried the root beer here. Maybe it's better. I don't know. I'm not going to run ads. You know what? I've been thinking about this. I'm kind of like... So, I was thinking about Hassan and how he's so like morally opposed to like all this like Bezos shit, and yet he makes all of his money off of Bezos. And I was starting to think to myself, like, you know what? I don't necessarily like what Amazon is doing. I don't know why I serve ads to people when it ruins their viewing experience and barely makes me any money. I don't think I'm going to run ads anymore, party people. I've been too harsh. I'm not going to run ads anymore. And I'm not going to... The other thing I can't say, because it's still a work in progress, but I will not run ads anymore. And I'm going to make an effort to be more nice to you guys. Like, when your base is fuck and you say something good, I need to spend more energy praising you. Like, this idea of watching Prime, that's much smarter than what I was thinking. Doobie Scooby got scammed, did he? That's rough. Does it actually taste different? Yeah, like normally there's this nice wave of just like what I imagine taking a sip of morphine would be like. Just like a nice tidal wave of blanket wrapping your tongue and making it nice and comfy and making you feel all right. And this is missing that. This comes in like a fucking tsunami. It's just like really, really quick and it washes over everything. And then as soon as you get it, it's done. And then there's this sort of like guilt feeling aftertaste. And then once it's all out of your mouth, there's a sort of metallicness left over. I really don't like the flavor profile on this. So more sugar. I don't fucking, do I look like a fucking food scientist, dude? Do I have a fucking like biological machine or something in my mouth where I can fucking get the makeup and go, oh yes, that's fucking 20% less sugar. Like, I don't fucking know, dude. I don't know why it is that way. I can only describe the taste to you, dumb fuck. The only benefit I can see from ads is getting rid of pre-rolls. Yeah, but I would rather everybody gets a pre-roll than they get like a bunch of ads in the middle of the content. That's my opinion. Like, pre-rolls I have no control over, but I'm not going to play this game where I serve ads. Thank you for the tier 1. Yes, you fucking do. All right, guys, chill the fuck out. All right, let's jump into my YouTube thing. Let's figure out what we're gonna be doing here. I'm emotional, but the bam emotional. All right, we're gonna watch Prime K.
Try leaving this call and then coming back in. Maybe Discord still has your...
I'm going to open you guys on my other phone. So I have chat.
Hello?
Hello? Hi.
How you doing?
Oh, Supreme's there. Pog.
Let me see if...
You can try if StreamYard
I
works,
don't know.
or
It's working in Discord fine, my camera is, but it's just not
I'm
working.
gonna go grab a tripod, a people body for you guys.
oh man.
Your snap camera's fine. I can see it working. So I don't know why it's not porting.
Can you use your raw camera feed? Like, can you just disable snap camera and then just use that?
I can attempt to do that. Yeah, I haven't used it in a while, but I'll try that.
This is unbelievable. This is so fun. All right, everyone.
Aren't you guys panel hosts? Isn't like the bulk of your content like showing up with other people on camera?
This is, yeah. This is why when I do those things, I prepare beforehand for any particular scene, because if I do it live, it always fucks up every single time.
Yeah.
Amen.
You don't want to Bill O'Reilly it.
You know.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Okay, I can see Dylan.
Excellent.
I would lose it. I would freak the fuck out.
Yeah, it looks fine.
Okay. I think Prime Kai wanted to have the first word and the last word. So yeah, go ahead. Prime,
Good.
do you have opening statements?
Good to see Supreme in here.
Yeah.
Oh, here, let me change the title.
Last week has been pretty terrible. On a few levels. But I just want to be clear about like what's about to happen right now. No matter what's said between Dylan and I, this isn't in any way an invalidation of what Katarana was feeling and what she's been expressing, right? So, like, this is just Dylan and I working out on mistruths that were spoken before, but like my response video from last week stands in its entirety. I'll make that very clear, right? So there were mistakes made all around. I have made mistakes, me, right here, Prime. And I addressed those previously. So we are addressing lies and mistruths that were spread on Dylan's platform, and then...
That's all going to be Dylan specific. Okay. All right. Let's see.
Me and Prime, we had a 4-hour call where we cleared up a lot of like information that neither of us had and tried to clear up any misunderstanding we had. We went for 4 hours to find out what was the main...
Is it Book or Prime's Kai volume that's varying?
I've agreed to answer every
When I talk, it'll turn it down.
question that was put forward and to answer for everything that Prime gave to me on a list. And so I'm going to go down the list one by one on the rumors or mistruths or anything that's going around currently. So I'm going to go from the top of the list to the bottom of the list. So the first thing I'm going to address is the 12 women have been harassed and are soon to come forward. This was a mistruth that was spread on my platform. I shouldn't have had somebody on my platform spreading this without vetting that information or checking that information, and I should not have accepted that information at face value. I jumped the gun on accepting a lot of information on that stream that should have been properly vetted beforehand. I was not properly prepared to have that stream, not saying that it should have even happened in the first place. So that's the first thing I'll address, is that one, is that claim that was made by somebody on my platform that I should have properly vetted. That claim, and I did not do the due diligence.
Dusty is listening to this stream while being super done.
He made Kat uncomfortable. That is completely untrue. While Kat did talk to Samantha Banana about talking to Prime, Samantha Banana did not go and talk to Prime. That was completely incorrect, and I should not have believed that on face value, and I should have asked for more information. That, again, is a mistake I made. Third one. Prime planned to use Kat's narcissistic personality disorder against her. That was, again, a claim made on my platform that was not properly vetted, and I believed on face value, and I should have more properly vetted, and I should not have believed that without proper vetting. Again, not doing my proper preparation while doing this. The fourth claim is Kat and Prime's relationship. Kat and Prime's relationship, I'll assume that means, was purely professional and not close, intimate friends. This is not true. This is the impression that was given on the stream, and that impression was incorrect. They had casual conversations all the way up until they then had a professional business relationship later on when they knew each other. That is an impression that was given that should not have been given, and that should have been cleared up beforehand. The next one was that Kat was being paid the entire time during the relationship. That is untrue. The payments of, I believe, 250 American, 315 Canadian was established later in the relationship after.
He sounds like he has a gun to his head, kinda.
I believe it was in June. Am I correct in that assessment? Okay,
yeah, I believe the end of June. I believe, yes.
The end of June. Yes, the end of June.
NPD is a real thing, yeah.
Holding a paycheck over Kat to threaten her. That was an impression that I think some people might have gotten. That is completely untrue. I have found no instance where Prime has tried to use payment directly.
So there's one thing I'm looking for Dylan to talk about, and I don't think he will, is like not talking to Prime about any of this and calling him a fucking sex pest and blocking him. I think that was really shitty. So I'm low-key waiting for that, and I'm not sure we're going to hear that, but I think that could have avoided a lot of this if he would have talked to Prime before he went public with all this stuff. And I'm really surprised he didn't, and that he was so rude to him afterwards as well. So very dismissive.
Communicative, friendly relationship is completely not true. And then I'm going to, I have something prepared because I wanted to be very specific with my words on this instance, and that Prime has okayed the statement beforehand. So I'm just going to read this when it comes to a July phone call that I've talked a decent amount about. Whatever I heard or whatever I think I heard is irrelevant because I have no evidence that sexual harassment ever occurred. Regardless if I thought I heard something inappropriate, the proper thing to do would have been to bring it to his attention directly immediately after the incident and reach an understanding. Not to attempt to shame him and destroy his reputation as part of a public spectacle based on an allegation. I apologize for not holding this matter and dealing with this matter privately. It should have been dealt with privately. I let my emotions get the better of me.
Glad to see you in
due
Vienna.
to the type
Hope
of
you'll have
situation
fun
that
there.
it was. And I should not have
See you soon, Revan.
better of me in the situation. And I should have handled it responsibly off live stream in private when we talk about whatever I thought I heard. Those are all the things that Prime gave me on the list. But I just want to go forward and say another thing here, that I handled the situation terribly irresponsibly. I should have talked to Prime when he offered to talk to me, immediately when he started getting any sign of
I'm happy.
I should have taken that offer. I let my emotions guide my conduct, and I shouldn't do that. Definitely when it concerns what could have been the end of somebody else's career. And I shouldn't have let my emotions get the best of me. I should have not have trusted information at face value. And I should have done my due diligence, which I did not do. And for that, I sincerely and wholeheartedly apologize.
Yeah. Thank you for that. I guess what I wanted to say at the end of this is that, like, no one won in all of this. I think
Supreme won. Destiny won. I don't know.
on all sides. It's something that could have been easily avoided on multiple levels.
React Andy's won, yes.
It could have. This is something that could have happened a problem because there was
Eris won. Yep.
And something that could have been had on a private, but it just wasn't. But like how this has ended up has been just completely disastrous.
You guys won. Content for you guys. A lot of winners.
And what I'm about to say is not a woe is me thing. It's just like describing something that's happened. It's like, so I had a platform for women that I created, Amazon Lily, and that's no more. We talk, have usually smaller streamers come on and have discussions. And that's a thing that's in the past now, because people don't want to come on, and that's their choice. That's absolutely their choice. My point in bringing this up is that, like, I don't see how anyone comes out better for this.
As we discussed.
I
don't really flirt with women at all. I get in other kinds of trouble, but maybe I should do a panel with women on it. and just never ever do anything yikers with women and just totally be fine.
Next time this happens, is that people won't be so quick to jump to conclusions. I don't believe that's the case.
Feels weird, man. Hey, that's business smarts, bro. I think women should have a platform. I don't know, bro.
Jump on a story, right? Like initially put this forward, and get monetization for other people to take that story.
Reroll that. That costs 20.
One side
or 5 gift subs.
Many sides, right? To repeat it and to use it just for views. And just playing up that drama. All those incentives are there to have exactly this happen.
Yeah.
So I would really like, it would be great. At the very least, yeah, we did, like, as a community, think about, like, what to do in the future. Like, how we interact with each other. Like, what is it that we're trying to do? Are we trying to inform people? Are we trying to entertain people? We're trying to do a little bit of both, but understanding that so often that drive for entertainment causes a lot of misinformation to go out, like in this case.
Wow, coming from Prime Kai. These panel people are fucking throwing a lot of rocks from a glass house now that they got burned by misinformation. I don't know.
So let's maybe do better next time.
Like, I do feel bad for him, but I don't know. The misinformation angle is interesting to me, or platforming that kind of nonsense.
At the very least, please. Yeah. I just kind of want to move on from this, and to Dylan, please leave me alone. Please don't really talk about me. Please don't make any comments about my stream, my channel, as you've done in the past.
Damn!
Like, negative remarks, when I've never done that to you. So just leave me alone. Let me live my life.
Did they agree to that? Dylan doesn't look happy with that.
Okay, I respect your wishes.
Okay.
I guess that's the end of it.
He does have to kind of take it on the chin, even if they didn't.
Nothing else? I'm going to drop.
Agree.
Okay. Bye.
Wow. Well, hey, howdy, partner. That was quick. I'm really happy that was quick.
Yeah, that was a thing.
Yeah, it was a thing. Are we all done here, fellas? You want to go into an after party? Pretty sure Prime snuck that in there. Me too.
So, thank you all for the support
Of course.
you've given me.
Of course.
Much appreciated.
Not a problem, brother. So I find it interesting that he was able to get that in at the end there. I do appreciate that this was short and sweet. I do appreciate that it was prepared and that Dylan had a list of things and he had to say them. I do think, and this isn't a criticism, this is just commentary, okay? I do think that the commenter in my chat that was saying that it sounded like he had a gun to his head and he was like just reading off this thing, it did kind of sound like that, but you know, I think that's gonna happen when you're reading something off of a list and it's like in kind of like, you know, you're in like an awkward spot. Yeah, like... So, first of all, it is incredibly unfortunate that Prime lost the Reverie panel or the Amazon Lily thing, and he's probably never ever going to get that back. However, here comes the hot take. Oh man, should I even say this? I don't want to kick somebody while they're down, but I'm going to kick Prime while he's down. I think that should have been taken away from him when everything happened with Kurt and it was handled the way it was handled. I think that's where that should have been taken away. And I think that would have made a lot more sense. The fact that it was taken away for this feels really bad because I feel like what happened before definitely kind of warranted that. It happening now feels bad. Like, unfortunately, it's like a second strike against him. And even if it wasn't true or whatever, he's lost it. But like, I don't know. It feels bad that it's happening now, but that probably should have happened way back then. Because I'm not sure how much he learned from that or whatever either. What are you saying, Arhem? You're like adding me, but I don't see any of your messages, brother. So I don't know what to tell you. I can empathize with you on that. Okay. Because like, I don't know. It feels like a dickish thing to say, but that's kind of where I'm at with it. Also, I've heard a lot of bad rumors specifically about, yeah, I know. Like, yeah. It's, oh man, how do I word this? You know what I want to say? You know, okay, here. I'm going to preface this. Book smarts, I need you guys to stop calling me the rhetoric guy or the optics guy. You want to know why? Because I love saying shit that's not optically friendly. And you know what? I get why Destiny did it before. And I think I could do it a little bit better in a little bit less of a toxic way. So I don't care necessarily about the optics of some of the things that I say. The negative optics of the thing I'm saying is part of what I think is the entertainment value in saying it. Okay? So honestly, please stop with the optics or rhetoric thing, because I really don't care about that. That's just a vehicle to communicate problems to Destiny, because that's where a lot of his problems were back when I talked to him. It's not something that like I'm wholly focused on or something. And I like giving leeway in that dimension to have a funny stream. So that being said, I think that for male creators that are attracted to women, it can be difficult for them to navigate a situation where they're booking women and giving women creators advice, or just talking with them in a personal capacity. Because I think that a lot of men on this website and a lot of men that are very like internet oriented are just really, really bad at like knowing where boundaries or lines are, or like understanding flirting, or like knowing how to communicate very touchy things to people. Like saying that like somebody should like change the way their camera works to emphasize their beauty or something. Like, I think that there is a time and a place for this, and the time and the place is not as like a producer of a show on an all women show to comment on something like this. That's not right? However, if, for instance, Melina and I were talking about doing like bed stream content, and I was asking her about angles and like saying, "Ooh, this was a really fucking cute angle for you, blah, blah, blah." I think that that's probably like an okay context and situation for that to come up if it's handled well and like in good taste. But like, it's difficult to say those kinds of things because I don't think that people can really navigate those well. I don't think it's practical to encourage them to do anything like that. And so I think that like, unfortunately, a lot of men have like big platforms on here, particularly men in charge of panels. And it's just like, it's a roll of the dice whether or not a dude is like good at communicating with females. And it's like, I don't know, bro. It's really, really tough. Which is why earlier I mentioned like, maybe I should do that, because I'm pretty sure I can keep it in my pants and not be weird with women and just have them on for a show and not go beyond that. And like, call them out when they get weird too, because this is something we don't talk about. But I have been weirded on by female streamers. I'm not going to name names and stuff because I don't think that's right. And this whole situation has taught us that it's not right, really, unless it's like really stepped over a line. But you know, female streamers and female people in the space, like viewers and streamers alike, also kind of get creepy on boys. So, you know, I think that avoiding that kind of stuff altogether and shutting it down when it happens is probably what we all have to do. Like, if there's something that we could learn from the way that Kat handled Prime here, it's like, you need to be very explicit and shut it down immediately. And I don't think you can hide behind the wall of like, it's not good to ask a person with communication issues to communicate better. Like, No, somebody with communication issues is the very person who needs to learn lessons about communicating more clearly. This is like saying like, well, I don't think we should talk about firefighting with a building that's on fire. Like, well, what do you mean? No, that's exactly what that's for. Like, communication advice and advice about clarity should be levied at people who are unclear and who are not good at communication. So, I'm not sure like if that will get me in trouble. If it does, whatever, but like that's where I'm at with that. I don't know. And like I think that if anybody like brings up weird flirty stuff with me, I really just have to shut it down. There's only one streamer on here that I would be okay with flirting with, and they don't flirt back, so you know. But you know, like I really think that you should shut it down every time it happens. I really don't think it's good. Now, if you're somebody like Steven and you really want to like you know, get with different streamers and women on the platform and stuff, obviously you can't do that. I just think this is advice that I'll try to follow moving forward unless I really want to get into a serious relationship with somebody. And if I do choose to do that, then I really need to be explicit in all of my messages and leave a kind of trail of like, if these DMs ever leak, like I asked you multiple times very explicitly about like what you're okay with and what you're not. And likewise, I told you what I'm okay with and what I'm not. Like one pet peeve that I've told to people, so I'm okay with sharing it on the stream, but I try not to mention this stuff. I don't like people calling me babe if we're not in a relationship together. It really bothers me, and I can't explain why, but it's like a line or a boundary that I have that I'm like pretty serious about. Don't call me babe if like we're not in a relationship. Don't call me baby. Don't call me shit like that, because I really don't like that at all. It really, really makes me uncomfortable. So, you know, like, I think making clear your boundaries and being very explicit about them while also asking for those boundaries from somebody else and constantly checking that in a very explicit way is unfortunately the way that I think that streamers in particular need to do things. And here's a tip for work and stuff too, to kind of turn this into a book smarts teachable moment for people. If you're ever at work and people are asking you to do things or people are telling you to do things, like there's such a thing as a paper trail, and you always want to have a paper trail, right? So I think it's like a similar approach here. Like you really want to be able to look back on the past and have very explicit like messages back and forth about expectations or, you know,
Now.
Wow.
Remember, don't debate the dog.
I see you on Twitter all the time, Canadian. Don't think I don't notice you. I see you on Twitter tweeting about me all the time. This Canadian guy, Critical Canadian or whatever, somebody will like talk about something and they'll be like, I hate Twitch people. None of these Twitch people know how to communicate or whatever. And then he'll hop on and he'll be like, uh-oh. What are we re-rolling?
Babe.
You know what? I think that the quickest way to my heart is to call me babe or sugar tits or Mr. Dumpy. I think that these kinds of phrases just like they really cut through the bullshit. I don't need small talk. I need a preview of what it's like to date you or to be in a serious relationship with you, even when we're just platonic. I just think that that's a really healthy thing to do to people, to really push that on them early. I mean, how are we supposed to test boundaries if we're not moving around and finding them, right? You got to push the envelope, and unless somebody says stop, and I mean explicitly says stop, you just got to keep going. And babe and these other kinds of flirty words is just one of the ways that you got to do that. There you go. And for those of you that don't know, we're re-rolling opinions for $20 or for 5 subs, and you can just say what you want me to re-roll. I feel gross just saying that. You brought this on yourself? I guess. You can tell me that when you fucking sexually harass me. You can just say you brought it on yourself, bro. Oh god, what's this?
Wait, someone else don't know. Do you need to come up with that take on, babe?
What? I'm sorry, that was French. I didn't understand a word of that. You brought it on yourself, babe. Yeah, I guess I did, dude. I don't know why it has that heavy accent. It's a relic of the past. What's with Euro DTS? I don't know, bro. Take it up with Twitch. Clippable moments for just $20. What a deal. Yeah. Race is on to change Twitch handle to variants on Babe and Sugar Tits. Jesus Christ, you guys are awful. Do you think Itachi can beat Madara since Itachi has the sword of Totsuka? I'm not answering this stupid fucking question. Fuck you guys. It's a Canadian accent? It's probably Quebecy. Quebecy. Disgusting. Disgusting. Are you also uncomfortable with the dump truck ass meme from chat? No, that's just a statement of fact. Babe is kind of a subjective thing. That's something you're calling me. But dump truck? I have a dump truck. That can't be helped. It can't be helped. But if a streamer called me Mr. Dumpy or something, I would probably be like, okay, let's stop with that. I don't like that. Because like, here's the other thing is like, never mind, I'm not going to say this because it would sound really bad and conniving and manipulative, and so I'm not going to be honest about it. But as I said before, I want paper trails. If somebody's going to be weird with me, I want to be very explicit in stating that I was not comfortable with it. Because if they choose to continue that kind of conduct, whether it's on stream, off stream, in person, whatever, like, I do want to be able to go back and say, like, in black and white, I literally told you I'm not comfortable with that, and you kept doing it. So, like, I don't know. It seemed very clear that, like, Katarana tried to set that up here, and other women in the past have tried to set that up. I think that, like, it only makes sense as a streamer to try and set that up for myself as well. Like, I want to be able to look back at a chat log and be like, there was no, like, I said no and we had a weird friendship relationship where no doesn't mean no. Like, I really want to look back at it and go, I told you exactly what made me uncomfortable, exactly why it made me uncomfortable, and that I don't want you to ever say that to me again. And you chose to keep doing it, you know? And like, other streamers have done this with me as well. They've noted stuff that like gave them weird signals from me or made them uncomfortable, and I made every effort to stop doing them. So like, you know, this is like a two-way street, and I just think it's good to hold both sides accountable. I think that oftentimes male streamers or males in general will let women get away with a lot of shit, and I think that we need to not do that. There are definitely predatory, manipulative, awful women who will kind of abuse you mentally and sexually and whatever else, and I think that you need to not just let them do that to you. And because men don't have the kind of stigma where you can't give them harsh advice, I'd rather direct this at men than at women, but this cuts both ways. Like, don't let somebody walk all over you. Don't be that person. Don't be a body in the path of their wrath of fucking manipulation and stuff. Like, that's not cool. Don't let yourself be one of those people. Be very explicit with people and just state what's making you uncomfortable, that it needs to stop, and then hold them to that. If it happens again, you need to say it again. It's not a matter of you said no one time and then they tried it again and then, but I already told them no once. I already told her no once. I already told her don't do that once. Like, no, you need to continue on that. And if it keeps happening, you need to not talk to that person anymore. Like, one thing that Eris kind of talked about, also, holy fuck, when someone has clear boundaries, that's actually really good for me. Yeah, it's really good for anybody to really know where the line is. Like, you know who is really based in all of this? Aristocracy. Eris talked about things that I don't feel comfortable talking about as a male streamer uninvolved with the drama. She talked about how flirting works, and she talked about like the weirdness of continuing to expose yourself to somebody who you believe to be a predator or predating you. These were two really tough to broach aspects of this entire situation that like I really don't think I would have been comfortable talking about. And then she gave me like all of the ammo to talk about it. So when Eris is talking about how like different people flirt in different ways, and there's a whole genre of woman that has this like shy girl fucking flirty thing. Not saying that that's specifically what was going on with Katarana. I don't know enough of the behind the scenes or of the logs to say that. But like when I read it, I thought like, oh man, I really hope that that's like not the case here, because that would really suck for Prime, because all this looks really bad. But I know I've known more than a handful of women that flirt in exactly that way. And like, if you were to just look at my text messages with these women, it would look really bad, like really awkward. Oh, look, he's awake. Hi, buddy. Hi, Carl. What's up? You want more food? You hungry? Kot in Hemen? Nein? Ja? Ich fetz? I don't know any German. One to shout out Eris? Yeah, you can do it. So, like, what was I saying about Eris? Oh, yeah. So, like, this kind of level of flirtation, like, I really do think that, like, you know, it's really made me start to reevaluate the way that conversations can look when they're leaked. Like, one thing that Steven says is he always, like, has a, hi, what's up? He always has a conversation as if, like, everybody in the world is going to read it, or it's not just the eyes of the two people reading it. And I think that, like, moving forward as a streamer, that's probably something that I have to do. This kind of shy, anxious flirting is just something that, like, I'm not sure I could ever engage with anymore unless I'm in a, like, explicit relationship with the person, because it would just look really, really bad if it were to ever leak. Like, I've had this kind of thing happen, and then, like, we end up getting together, or we end up doing stuff, and it's like, I don't know, a lot of women flirt in a very strange way. Yeah, Pepe wins. I'd agree with that. Hell yeah, that's based, brother. You more hungry? Are you hungry? You hungry? He's a chunker, too. He's a big guy. You're a big guy, Carl. You're a big guy. Oh, now he's laying on the floor. Here, I'm going to change the camera angle. Oh, there we are. So, ooh wins. Look at this fish. Yeah, the fish is good. But awkward flirting is all I have. Yeah, well, good thing you're not a creator, you know. Adding extra references into DMs to better explain context in case of leaking. Yeah, I have a great TED Talk 4 minutes long that we can all watch. I don't care to. But yeah, I don't know. I just think that's something I probably couldn't engage it with anymore. I freaked him out because I grabbed the fan. All flirting is awkward from the outside looking in. I completely disagree. I hear this mentioned a lot, and I really don't think it's the case. I think that I am adorable when I flirt. I don't think it's awkward at all. Maybe it's just like I overvalue my flirting, but as long as the other person's not a fucking weirdo and I'm just matching their energy, like, I don't know. I feel like my flirting is God tier. Let's stop there. There can be smooth flirting. That's what I'm saying, bro. I suck at flirting, but plenty of people can do it. Yeah. I don't know. Like, my flirting is making, like, jokes and references to things that the other person has told me and whatever. Like, I don't know. Like, my flirting is, like, off of, like, whatever they've shared with me and stuff. I don't think it's, like, cringe or whatever. Respect in a nutshell. Oh, did I'm Really Important say something based? You seem like a guy who carries himself respectfully in general. That's good, bro. That's good to see some streamer love going on in the chat here. Leak the flirt logs or stop the cap. All right, I'll stop the cap. I'm not leaking logs, brother. Leak the DMs for proof. No. We don't need to do that. We don't need to do that. You can take my word for it. I've never told a lie. I'm like Abraham Lincoln. Oh, fuck. Maybe I should grab my notes and see if there's anything else to mention, because there are some, like, overall notes that I had. Oh. Here's another good one. Advice to my streamers out there. Advice to my people who are going to drop a fucking twit longer. Your twit longer, if it is of a reasonable length, will always be scrutinized word by word. And I will have no sympathy for you stating that it must have been some editing error that is causing numerous problems with your twit longer. I'm sorry. You needed to have that worked out before you put something out there. In my opinion, there are two kinds of gospel in a drama. There is what one side says as their like main document, and then there is what the other side says as their main response. These are two things that I take as gospel for each respective side. Almost like if two different countries went to war and they put out some like stuff about their ideology, like, okay, well, that's what I'm going to look towards to like generally characterize the entire situation. So if you fuck up your twit longer coming out with allegations, you done fucked up. You really need to think about that being scrutinized word by word. Similarly, if you are going to put up a response, you need to realize that that will similarly be looked at word by word, and that you are on the back foot. So you, even more than the person that initially put out the allegations, need to be very careful in your response. Doing things like creating something called a war room is probably not good optics, right? Doing something where you focus so much on like the business prospects of continuing an abusive relationship or whatever, that's going to draw some scrutiny and some eyes. The language that she had towards the end of one of the paragraphs where she's talking about, you know, how he thought she was one of those quiet women and whatever, that she tried kind of backpedaling on when she was talking with Supreme and not being honest about it. That's going to hurt you. You really need to think through the wording on what you're putting out. And you need to look at it from different perspectives. How do I do a review? Let me answer that, because it's really going to help you for understanding how you should do this in practice. When I do a review, I often like to watch the video multiple times from different perspectives. The very first one, I look at it as an untouched viewer, because that very first viewing is something you'll never ever get back. The way the jokes roll on you and sentences stick with you without being biased, that's an important thing to take note of. The second time I'll watch it from one perspective, the third time from another, whether that's like looking at what the defense would think about it, or what people that would defend somebody would think about it, or thinking about what somebody who's uninterested would think about it, or thinking what the other side would think about it, right? I'll give it multiple viewings with different levels of charitability and different levels of bias according to whatever I'm looking for. And I think that you should apply similar lenses to whatever you're going to put out. So if you're putting out a twit longer, levying accusations, think about somebody who would be antagonistic towards you about those accusations. What would they find problem with here? And anticipate that, because that would have been very easy to account for in her twit longer. Like, and to give you some more thing here, and to be business smarts, thanks for that. Speaking of which, with business smarts, you can do !work. My email is booksmarts.twitch@gmail.com. I offer services like this for people. If you want to get this optical work done by somebody else, I'm happy to do it. If Katarana would have paid me or consulted me on this situation, we would have immediately found problems with some of these lines in here. And I'm surprised that that was not found before she posted it. So like, I think you really need to like be looking at this from multiple perspectives, and in specific you need to look at it from the antagonistic perspective. Is there any footholds here that I'm leaving for somebody to scale over this wall and really do damage to me, or really throw shade into like my story or my narrative or my truth, right? To use some Zoomer lingo. So yeah, be very careful about that and read that from numerous angles to try and cover for that stuff. It seems like she didn't anticipate any pushback whatsoever. No, and then she got really upset when there was. Like, here's another very telling line from her. I think I even have it quoted in my notes. I think that's how important it was to me. Let's see here. Oh man, she has so many rhetorical failures. I have so many mentioned here. Just lots of just really gnarly quotes from Katarana. Like when she was like really not willing to like bite the bullet on like her framing of him being predatory and stuff, like, and then we figure out that all the way back on April the 29th, she was saying, I'm really trying to find a place to discuss this predator in our community. Like, you can't really walk back on that because you had that opinion way back then, and then the title of your twitlonger is what it is. Or like trying to hand wave this business angle behind all of your decision making, which Eris picked up on very quickly, when she has quotes like, on the same day, April the 29th, I'll try to get a little bigger, then I'll tell you. Like, okay, that's really not going to look good if you had said that publicly, and now you're going to have that line in the twitlonger. That's not going to be good for you. 5/28, she says, it just makes it hard because I'm trying to get more people from different communities to come on, and it's good for me to meet people, but ugh. Like, that's not good. Really? Like, we really don't want those lines in our twitlonger mixed with these messages. And then what I initially wanted to mention, which was her very upset message that she did on Discord after the drama didn't really pan out the way that she had wanted. Literally, fuck you. You abuse your power with someone with mental health issues. Ellipses, because I do ... So happy to see he gets to keep his platform. Like, okay, you're very upset that he got to keep his platform, so there had to have been some expectation that he would have lost his platform. No, he was going to lose the all-women panel, and if that's not enough, and you're explicitly pointing out the loss of his platform, for like the keeping his platform frustrating you, it would seem to be that you anticipated him losing his platform with the allegations. So your hesitancy to admit to that when you were talking with Supreme, or to give a clear idea of what you thought the outcomes would be, looks really bad. So like, you know, Prime has failures, this person has failures. Like, we need to really be careful with this kind of stuff. And then another bigger note, if someone makes you uncomfortable, cut them out and tell them. Like, when Eris asked the question of, like, if he's making you this uncomfortable and he says all these things, why did you then continue to choose to have a working relationship with him? Especially when she moved in with Dylan. Like, I'm not sure if Eris mentioned this explicitly, but, like, then she goes, like, none of it makes any sense. Like, I just, why would you continue working with him? That's obviously going to be a question on people's mind. And again, if Katarana had like paid me to help her or consult her on this, like, that's going to be a question that I have for her that I need to make sure we have an answer for. Like, I really do love running optics and PR for people. So again, if that's ever a service that you want to pay for, I offer that. So I'm always happy to help with that. But if I were managing PR for Katarana, I would be pulling my fucking hair out at the way that she handled this, because there would have been things that we would have very quickly worked on, like that. That stuff needed to be like really locked down, and she needed to have good responses that she really didn't. She fell apart with Supreme's questioning, and I'm not sure that should have happened. This is horrible too for her future. She had pretty big aspirations about like working in science and nonprofits. Yeah, I'm not sure it'll hurt her ability to do all that necessarily. I think it hurts Prime more than anybody else really, but I know I'm probably alone in that opinion. Another one, be transparent with your feelings when asked and they are negative. So if someone explicitly asks you, you need to give an explicit opinion back. If you were ever looking for an opening to like communicate properly some discomfort you have, the moment the other person asks is probably the time where you should be doing that. And I don't buy into this, if you have communication issues, you shouldn't be giving communication advice. I think that's really silly. So that's my take. I'm not going to say this other one because I think I already did in a much less bad way. It's not capable of... Oh, yeah. So we talked about Prime, his bad optics, his inability to defend himself. We already covered that, so I won't beat that dead horse. But those are my basic takeaways. I'm going to look through the chat now. Let's see here. Somewhat related, but if someone goes to the authorities about an allegation like this, it should stay private. I don't know about that, fella. we're in a very public space, and I think that if this person is continuing to put themselves in situations where they could hurt other people, I don't know. That's tough for me to just buy into offhandedly. I'm not sure if that should necessarily be the case. So, for instance, if a streamer was accused of finding out, or let's assume we're back in the days of Skype, okay? Because this is going to make for a much more clear example. And let's say that this person was getting people into Skype calls to get their IP address or other doxable information, then they were sharing that information with other parties. If that was something that was happening and you're going the legal route of getting that person in trouble, as long as your legal team says that it's okay to share that, I think that you probably should, for the betterment of everybody. Because if this person is continuing to get in Skype calls with people, I don't think there's any reason that you shouldn't assume that they're continuing to do that with other people. For instance, just to give like a super clear example, the one that's not necessarily like one-to-one to this, I do think that there are situations where you're going after legal stuff, but you probably should make it public. Maybe, but okay. I think she needed to either commit to the position that she has new information and doesn't think what Prime did was that cancelable, or that she still thinks he's a harasser even with the new information taken into account. She kind of tried to retcon the interpretation of her tweet longer instead change. Yeah. There was a lot of focus on defense that like really was taking energy away from like handling the situation in a better way, which I think is why Dylan's approach here had to completely be to forfeit and to give up all hope of defending himself and to just take it on the chin. Because unfortunately, I don't think many people can do this balancing act of like correcting the initial account per information that they fucked up, or like per interactions that they fucked up, while also like trying to damage control on what was actually said there that was meant. Like it's a tricky situation. I think that you have to like really take responsibility for what had happened, even if somebody else fucked it up. And this was something that I mentioned in private to a couple of people I was talking to, is it made me uncomfortable that she was kind of offloading a lot of like the blame onto like the Samantha person. Like, yeah, the Samantha person deserves some blame, but it often didn't have to do with like what Supreme was asking of her. And I think she needed to give Supreme like a solid answer, and he's a nice enough guy that then she would be able to say whatever her piece was afterwards, right? Like, no, I don't think that anymore. Unfortunately, when I came out with this, I was under a different impression. But yeah, I don't believe that anymore, and I understand how that could hurt him, or like, you know, fess up to like the kind of effects of that, the initial statement, even if it was bugged by your inability to check information or some misfounded trust in people. But like beyond that, I also have a separate problem with this, which is that I don't think that any of this should have ever been offloaded onto this Sam person, ever. Bad idea. Really bad idea. This Cat person should have been explicit. That was a job for Cat to do. I think offloading the burden of making clear that you were uncomfortable and whatever should not have ever fallen on Sam. So Sam's inability to do that, or Sam lying about it, I think is like a problem, but a separate problem. You know what I mean? Like, so I can like, I'm mentally flexible enough to follow you there, but like I have this separate issue with that, you know, and that's what it is. So not sure I agree. You don't have to agree, bruh. You disagree with a lot of stuff that I say, and frankly, I don't care, Supreme. Let me move this over here. Oy. Let's try to get a picture of the old kidder. Oops. I knocked over your peepo body. Ka-chow. I think Carl's intentionally avoiding the camera. I agree with Book in some ways. Nice. Me too. I agree with me in some ways. Like Supreme and I will talk about this in private, so I don't care to like argue with Supreme about this in chat or something. Samantha was pretty gung-ho about bringing Prime down, to be fair. I mean, she was pretty... I don't want to say too much mean stuff about the Sam person, so I'm going to try to avoid this entire thing. I don't know what Samantha was doing without being super bad faith about it. Like I don't... Oh man, that looks really bad. Jesus. There we are. This Samantha person, like, I don't really understand what the fuck they were doing. Like, I know that the narrative right now is that they're like playing both sides and whatever, but like, I don't know if I can buy into that, because that seems really fucking bad. That's quite the accusation. Like, it doesn't make sense to me what they were doing. Like, I guess you could fill in the blank in that way, but I'm very like, I don't know. I'm very hesitant to do that. So I don't know. I struggle with the whole Sam involvement thing personally. I'm gonna put this down here. By the way, we're saving up for that IRL setup. I'll be doing some really cool streams with a viewer who is staying in Vienna. XOX, Foxy, Baby, whatever. You may have seen them on the Discord talking about it, but they have an IRL setup that I'll be borrowing for a bit. Booksmarts, it seemed to me that the Dylan side was more interested on defending that the accusee was being honest rather than if Prime should be condemned or not. I don't know. What did I'm Really Important say? I think I agree with Booksmarts because they went public. If you are going to hinge your entire allegations on something like that, it is your job to make sure your ducks are in a row. I do agree that Samantha fucked in some wild ways. Yeah, it seems like she did. IRI says, I think Supreme was the biggest winner in all this. He will say he hates that. True on both counts. He'll say he hates it, and he was a big winner. Dumb on Prime to take the bait, but she didn't set boundaries and flirted with the line of personal and professional relationships and going to other people without ever actually going to Prime shows negative intent on her part. You know, like... if you ask Katarana and you're being super good faith, I think that she would say that she did. I explicitly told him no, right? I think that's going to be more or less her defense if I'm being like super good faith. So I don't know, bro. I don't know. No comment from the bookster there. Drag Supreme on and hash it out. Think of the money. If Supreme's around, I'll talk to him if he wants to. But you and Supreme arguing his content? Yeah, true, maybe. If I delegate a task, which is but you won't be happy with that, because if we get into a spot where I feel like he's being hard-headed and he's not hearing me out, or vice versa, I'll just want to move on. And I don't think that's what you guys would want necessarily. So I agree with Carl over you. Yeah, me too. Carl's based. Sam did tell other people behind the scenes, but maybe a separate issue as well. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I don't understand why Sam said the things that they said to all these different people. Like, they were just like telling different stuff to different people, acting completely differently in different chats. And like, I just have a very difficult time parsing out like what the hell they were doing. Like, I'm normally the empathy guy and I'm like good at empathy, but it was hard for me to really understand what the fuck was happening with that Sam person, without being like super bad faith and just filling in the blanks in a way that like suits my ego and whatever. Like, I don't know. Let's see. Funniest shit book. Tell us who to cancel already. You know what? I think that we should name losers. We should name losers here. So we've already named the winners. The winner would be Wicked Supreme. The winner would be Aristocracy. The winner would be Destiny. But you know who the losers are? Okay. At the top of the list, even higher than Katarana, Dylan Burns, unfortunately. Dylan Burns, biggest loser. I mean, they put him through the fucking French treatment, dude. He had to get on TV and fucking admit he was wrong and everything. Like, I think Dylan came out the worst in all of this, and he just platformed a lot of nonsense. So Dylan's probably the biggest loser here. I think followed in close second by like Katarana probably. Or no, Sam probably. Followed by Katarana, followed by Prime, I guess. I think that's did Arelli win? I guess. I don't know. Yeah, I guess Arelli won technically. But yeah, they treated him like the French, dude. They did him dirty. Dylan was like the only person in Twitch politics I knew who had a good reputation with basically everybody. And he had a good reputation with drama. It says call him on Discord if you want. Okay. Let me see here. Supreme. Let's call Supreme. I hope my mic is the right one. Hello! How are you doing, bro?
Yeah, sorry, let me take 15 minutes to get my webcam working.
Jesus.
How you doing, babe?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Good. I think the topic we were talking about, the only thing I took contention with so far was, I think when you said that there's some onus on the individual who is receiving, you know what I mean? Receiving signals that are making them uncomfortable to send the direct message themselves. I'm not sure I agree with that because, like, by principle, if somebody is doing something that makes you uncomfortable, like, you know, it's probably going to be the case that addressing it directly is something that's like extremely discomforting. And I think it's probably good to leave some space open for that individual to handle it by trying to find a neutral, objective third party, which is most definitely not Samantha Banana. You know, to communicate the message and then like mediate and make sure that both parties are aware and understand that it's been addressed, that a resolution's been reached, and that like there's a paper trail. This is basically the function that like HR fills, right?
Yeah, I think a good alternative to it is definitely getting a neutral third party involved and then mediating it with them and like following up and making sure that works out. But in the mediation, you would be not only mediating that with the third party, but also getting in contact with the harassing party, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
So like, you know, in the professional world, it may include all parties involved, but it may just be HR going to like the accused party and being like, hey, we got this report, tell us your story, your side of the story or whatever. And then they go back to the accuser and say, hey, we talked to them, this is what they said, is this good enough for you? And then if it's not good enough for them, then they'll likely get all three of them in a room and try and hash it out.
So in the case of like a company, because I know you mentioned HR, I would 100% agree. And I do think that in like social situations or like amongst friends and stuff, there's definitely room for this. But I really do think that you should make an effort to make this explicitly clear to the individual in no uncertain terms as well. Like, I do think that is a first step that you should try, barring some like crazy circumstance in which that's not like feasible.
Yeah. So in this case, this is what was attempted, what I'm describing. The difference is like an HR department will be like, hey, we talked to them and they signed this paper saying that this is like how they responded and that we talked to them. So there's a paper trail. There was no, so this is what was attempted. Kat attempted this, and Samantha alleged that she talked to Prime, but there was no evidence that this actually occurred. In reality, it turned out that it didn't occur. So I think, yeah, for social situations, obviously it's like we're not gonna have like contracts and receipts and shit. It's at the very least, it's probably, you know, good to prescribe like once you've learned that the third party has talked to them, or once you believe they have, once they've reported that they have, to then like to have, you know, the accusing party address the accuser, especially if it's like, especially if they want to continue having a friendship after that, which is what happened, right?
Or at the very least a working relationship, like in this case.
Yeah. So for the two parties that were directly involved to then get in touch and the accuser to be like, hey, you know, I heard such and such got involved. Sorry, I didn't contact you directly, but the whole situation is just making me uncomfortable. I just want to make sure that we know moving forward, yada yada. At that point, I agree with you. Yeah.
And to get back to one itty bitty point, like, do you feel like it is reasonable advice to say that like prior to reaching out to the third party, you should make some attempt to like bring this up with the person?
If you can, yes.
Okay. And like, if we were to think of some situations where that wouldn't be feasible, what are some things you would think of? Like, what comes to my mind is something where like the entirety of the relationship with that person kind of hinges on this like harassment sort of aspect. Like, if every interaction that you have with somebody is tinged by this like sexual harasser kind of thing, and that's like an ever-present thing moment to moment in speaking with them, then that can be a little bit difficult. But even then, I would say that you should probably like make that clear in no uncertain terms, and then you should go to a third party when that doesn't work out.
It's always optimal to handle disputes like this at the lowest level possible. So yeah, I mean, absolutely. Getting more people involved is, it should only be done when the fewest people possible is not feasible. So again, like, I just want to make room for that, in the case of people who like really just can't bear because of whatever they've got going on, you know what I mean? Like directly interacting with the party that they're having problems with.
Yeah. Moving off of that, is there anything else that I was saying that you feel like you'd like to get pushed back on or like flesh out further?
Not off the top of my head that I can think of, unless you had questions for me.
Yeah, I do. So are you familiar with the investigation thing that Prime's mods did, like in secret?
So I've watched some of Eris's content. I watched Eris and Doobie speak, but I don't have that like fresh in my mind. It's kind of blurry. If we're discussing, or are you talking about some other people?
So my understanding was Samantha and some other mods of Prime's like tried to look for other people or other instances in which this occurred. I think that's what I'm trying to refer to, or like what I remember. Does that?
It doesn't ring any bells, but do you have info on it or what?
I was just thinking, like, did those mods handle that well? Should the mods have carried out some special secret investigation into him, or should somebody at some point have like brought this to Prime's attention that this was happening to him? And if they did, would that have been wrong of them?
So I think that can be fine, but it's probably best like once that investigation concludes, to then that's the biggest tragedy in all of this, as far as I can tell, is that by the end of this, like nobody had told Prime until like the first time he was hearing about it is when it was made public, similar to the Kurd thing, And everybody who claimed that they talked to him about it had no way of demonstrating that they had done so. And then by the end, we were all questioning whether or not it had been done at all. And his testimony is, the first time I've heard about this is when somebody was calling me out on a panel. In this case, the first time I ever heard about it, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. And Prime, like Kat even said during that first stream, he asked me if it was making him uncomfortable. And then Kat says, but it's not wise to ask somebody to communicate something directly if they're not good at communication. So it's like, it seems like he did everything he's supposed to do. He asked, is this making you uncomfortable? He testifies beyond that, that he says, if I ever say anything that makes you uncomfortable, please tell me. This isn't disputed, So it really just seems like he did everything right, short of maybe just like failing to pick up some signals. The point is, like, he went beyond those signals that were presented and asked for direct confirmation. Is this making you uncomfortable? And he was never told that it was, and this isn't disputed. And so, like, by the end of it, this is a situation where Prime, I understand his perspective is like, I feel like I did everything I was supposed to do, and it's still coming back to bite me, and people are jumping to the nuclear option instead of just coming to me and, like, asking me about it.
On that quick topic about what she said about you shouldn't ask somebody with communication issues to communicate something, like, how do you feel about that statement? Like, what is your take on that in a more general sense?
I think it's okay to create room for that, but I personally think it's a terrible bit of rhetoric and a terrible argument. I don't know, especially if that person is now in front of 5,000 people giggling and laughing and chair swiveling about it. Like communicating the exact same message that somebody asked you to communicate to them.
Huh. I didn't even think about that. Yeah, like the ease with which they communicated it on the stream was strange and like seems to kind of contradict the expectation here. Like, yeah, they probably should have been able to communicate that in private to the person directly if they were willing to like go in front of like 1,000+ people and kind of voice the exact same thing and in that way that they did. And like I think that when she was talking about this, she referenced like other situations in which this was the case where they didn't communicate this to other people, and it like became a problem that like other third parties were asking about when like mediating conflicts between them and other people who were either harassing them or creating like some kind of negative interaction. And I think it's unfortunate that their takeaway was like, I shouldn't be expected to communicate things when I have communication issues, rather than like, I mean, maybe the communication issues is something like we have to address, and that is like at least in part leading to some of this stuff, but then that gets like victim blaming and stuff. So I don't know, like, how do you navigate that?
So like, I just can't reconcile the idea of you cannot expect me to communicate this unless it's in the absolute most severe, extreme way with the most dire consequences to you. Because she did communicate it. She communicated it with the whole world before she communicated it with him. You know? And I understand that she was operating under the assumption that Samantha had talked to him about it. But, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, if that is going to hold up, then, like, I don't know. Yeah.
And as like the communication advice guy, I feel like, I don't know. Like, I think the people with issues are the ones most deserving of like a discussion about those issues, or suggestions to like be more clear, or like open invitations, like what it seems like Prime had offered her at least one point. Like that seems to be the prescription. And like you said, like if he did that, then he was kind of doing the most that he could do, or like what should be reasonably expected of him to do there. Now, how tuned in were you to the document that Dylan was reading off of, and that whole like apology thing with Prime? And the reason that I'm asking this is because I'm curious if the addition about not talking about Prime's show anymore was something that was on that document, or is that something that Prime kind of added in at the last second?
I think it's best if I don't discuss the details, that I treat as if it's confidential, the conversation that we had.
Okay.
I didn't even want it to be known. Somehow the word got out. I don't know how, that we had this conversation, this 4-hour call or whatever. But since things are all, reconciled and both parties have agreed they've reached a satisfactory solution, I think it's just best if I just don't discuss the details of that.
Okay. So you couldn't give me like a yes or no if that like point about not discussing the hippie or not discussing Prime's panel was on the document or not?
It's best if I don't.
Fair enough. The only reason that I ask, and I won't continue to ask about it, I'm just like giving some reasoning, is it almost looked or felt like that was something added in at the last second, because Dylan didn't look like super happy with that.
Okay. Listen, if Dylan made a remark about it, being that I was a third party, all three of us have well, shoot, never mind. The point is, that was, I can, affirm at this point, since, I don't want it to be the case that Prime disputes it, that there's like a dispute about this claim. The point is, I would, I was there for it, and yeah, it did come out of the blue.
Okay.
It wasn't part of the discussion. It wasn't part of Prime's demands.
So getting off of like what you did know or what you didn't know, in your opinion, like, was that a fair ask? Like, to just like keep my name out of your mouth and don't talk shit about my show anymore. Like I really just don't want to be involved with you anymore. Cause like at a personal level, like I feel that, but at the same time, our space is one in which like, I think discussion of like your competition or discussion of like what's happening on other people's streams is a really difficult thing to just like take off of the table altogether. And I'm not sure that has a ton to do with like this particular drama. Like if Dylan in the future wants to talk about a Prime Kai's panel or his moderation efforts or something else, I don't know how much that relates necessarily to this drama. So I'm not sure how fair of an ask that is. And if you don't feel comfortable commenting on it, don't feel like I'm making you.
At the end of the day, I think given how much time and effort was put into coordinating, this apology, and achieving this solution, I do feel like my personal feelings are, I do feel like, everything that was going to be said in that conversation should have been laid out by both parties beforehand. Do
you feel like it like Dylan could have reasonably interjected at that point and been like, whoa, we didn't agree to this or whatever? Or is he kind of just forced by like the social dynamics of the situation?
He is kind of forced, but I think he's right in feeling like it's not fair. And, you know, like I'm glad he didn't. Whether or not he was in his rights to interject, I'm really happy he didn't.
Yeah, I think that would have that would have turned it into a very different kind of stream. Like, here's another like personal question on the subject of this, and I think it's already answered by the other answers you gave. And again, at any point you can just say like, I plead the fifth, I can't talk about it. Was keeping this stream brief part of like something you guys were going for in planning it out, or is that something that just kind of happened as like a happy accident because you guys already hashed everything out?
Well, I mean, like I said, there was a lot of time and effort spent on making sure that, you know, every detail of this was going to be in efforts of reaching a conclusion that would satisfy both parties. So naturally, you know, we planned the first 15 minutes of like, you know, camera troubles and stuff. We spent a long time, you know, working that out, making sure there would be a long extended period of cameras not getting to work or anything. That was part of the treaty. I mean, you know, we didn't plan the length, you know. There was a list of demands, and you know, Dylan satisfied them, and that was it. However long it took is however long it took to get through it.
Okay. Because like from a viewer perspective, and even from like a React Andy perspective, I really did appreciate that you guys didn't like take a super long time to hash out the end of this and to like, you know, you had bullet points, the hard work was done in terms of discussing it, and you just went down the line, and I really liked that, and I thought it was really clear and succinct, and sans the last part that seemed like a last second addition, which seems to be the case. I thought that was like really, really good and refreshing, that we could just tie the bow on this very quickly and whatever. Are there any like and again, you can just opt out of this. Is there is Katarana planning on doing anything following up with this, or issuing an apology for her part in this, or anything like that?
I don't have a clue. No, no idea.
Okay. And then I would assume like Prime and Dylan are not necessarily in contact with her about that then, maybe?
You would have to ask them, but you know, I just really would prefer if everybody treats this as if, you know, a satisfactory solution has been reached between those two. Now, I've reached out to other parties that I think owe other parties something, and pushed for, you know what I mean, a conclusion between them, and you know, that's still ongoing. So, you know, but at least between Dylan and Prime, I just want everybody to consider that they have reached a satisfactory conclusion that they both agreed to, and that's done.
Like, I would love to see something similar from that Sam person, because I mean, it feels like they really dropped the ball as well. And while there were, I think, some Twitter remarks that kind of like they were apologizing for this, I think some kind of succinct on stream sort of discussion like this would be really, really helpful, or to have something in private done and then having points prepared for something like this. Because in general, I really like the way that this ended, even if it was messy all the way through. I think having some nice conclusion where all of the parties involved are getting on stream and kind of giving something that they've prepared and they've already agreed upon as like the final say in it. I think that that's like way healthy, in something like I wish more streamers would be cool with outside of the context of drama. Like if you're going to have a political debate with somebody, I think ending that political debate with like where you agree and where you disagree in a really explicit way, where you've both like agreed on those points or agreed to disagree on other points. I think that can be a helpful, like punctual end to a discussion or to an interaction. I guess my question to you would be like, if anybody has drama like this in the future and they would want your help with like kind of mediating something like this in private, is this something you're okay with doing again, or was this just like a unique situation because of your relationship with Prime and with Dylan?
I never wanted to really be involved in this. You know, I don't like to inject myself in things that are this personal. In this case, just the fact that it was, Dylan, and Dylan and I are really close, and I pulled him in to talk about, like when this happened the last time with Kurt, I was not enough evidence, Andy, and I remember there was some drama that came out of that as well, but I stuck my foot in the sand and I held my ground and stuck to my guns, and I was the same way this time. After that stream, I was planning on pulling him on to talk to him about it anyway. I'm glad that Destiny jumped in, but yeah, like and I'm not, by the way, I'm not disputing Prime alleges that if it weren't for Destiny, Prime will be done. I think that's an open and shut case. You know what I mean? Whether or not I would have talked to Dylan, I don't have the reach Destiny does. I'm a who mega lol,
Sure.
I'm not disputing that. I'm not trying to say I would have done it anyway, by no means. But the point is, that's the extent to which I wanted to be involved in this. And I like Prime. Prime is a friend of mine. I support him as a creator. I think he's a nice guy. He's always been professional, and he's always supported me. He's always been very supportive of me. Dylan and I are close. Dylan is like kind of like family to me. So I did have a vested interest in like achieving a solution between these two. But in the future, frankly, I mean, it's my first-hand account. It probably doesn't mean much, but I personally think that I'm equipped to help resolve these sorts of disputes, and I would be happy to help people reach like a fucking mature adult resolution to things that happen like this in the future. So yeah, I'd like to keep myself open for people to reach out.
Yeah, and I really don't want to downplay like your part in this. I understand that you didn't have like a big platform, and that perhaps like you engaging with the people involved would not have gotten the traction that Destiny would. But like, do you feel like your questioning of Katarana and other people involved in this situation after it happened like had an impact on public opinion, or was like very valuable to finally getting this worked out?
Well, I mean, I think that seems pretty clear, and that wasn't planned. I was only in that call because, again, I tried injecting myself into this as little as possible. I'm talking to you about it now because this is like an exclusive interview because you and I are like close friends. But in the Sonsol chat, somebody had just alerted to me that Aiko was in there, and Aiko had been talking about how I quote unquote lied about Prime's that Prime was suicidal. Because in my chat with Dylan, a streamer had reached out to me and said, hey, I'm talking to Prime and he's not handling it well. I'm kind of worried about him like hurting himself or something. And I communicated to Dylan, Prime's reaction to this. I'm getting from a credible source that Prime's reaction to this is potentially suicidal. And then a game of telephone occurred. Aiko, I think, had been in a couple of chats saying that I quote unquote lied about Prime being suicidal or something. So I only showed up on that stream to confront her. Katarana showed up after the fact. And while we were in there, I stayed muted for a little bit and I heard her out. And then if I'm totally honest, I actually consider this like an emotional failure on my part. I just couldn't help myself from asking questions. How that turned out, like kind of while I was going through it, I had motivations going through that, and my motivations changed a bit going through that, and at some point I couldn't believe my ears, and I think you can hear in the tone of my voice, like what I was trying to get out of that. And once I was satisfied, I shut it down.
Do you think that you would take a similar like interrogatory approach in the future with something like this?
Interview.
You say interview, but it came off very much like an interrogation.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if in the future you wanted it to be like strictly an interview, would you see a change in your tone or a change in your approach, or would you more or less do what you did this time?
I want to make it really clear because I just saw something in the chat. Aiko and I have worked it out. Okay.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, Aiko and I have completely reconciled any differences that we've had. So I just want to make that perfectly clear. I'm sorry, can you ask that one more time?
Yeah. I know that you're trying to say it was an interview. And I have no problem with like, I don't want to argue against that, but I think it really had like the vibe of an interrogation. And I wonder if you do want it to be an interview in the future talking to an involved party, would you have a change in tone or a change in approach, or would you handle it the same way where you really stick to the questions and try to get solid answers out of people, even if it comes at the cost of coming off that way?
I mean, you've seen me interview people before. I feel like if it came off like an interrogation, it's probably because I was asking the questions as narrowly and specifically as possible, and that I was, you know, if I wasn't satisfied, I would ask it again and make sure that we were getting the answer that we were looking for. You know, to me, this is just a part of normal communication. In the future, I would prefer not to have that conversation in public.
Do you think having it in public impacted the way it was going?
Absolutely. I absolutely do.
And did you feel like there was any credence that could be given to Katarana's response, that maybe some of these questions weren't as simple as a yes or a no in her mind, and that there was more complexity to it? Or do you feel like that was just an attempt to avoid giving a clear answer on what was like a clear question?
I have feelings about this, but again, we've only seen a resolution reached from two parties in this interaction that included more than two people. So it's probably better. I would love to give my thoughts about this if I'm totally honest, but I think it would be better if we had a real resolution. Katarana is one party for which a real resolution hasn't been reached, and I'm worried about compromising that by giving my thoughts about, on that specific question.
Fair enough. Then let's talk about Destiny and burn that bridge. So when you had your argument with Destiny, which we've, to be transparent, we've talked about it a little bit before in private. Now, have your feelings about his handling of this situation changed at all? Like in terms of what was reflected in that conversation? Do you still feel like reaching an opinion and sticking on it so hard, or having the interpretations that he did was unfair looking back at that? Or have you changed your mind on that?
I do. No, I haven't changed my mind that they were unfair given the amount of information that was public at that time. Obviously, the conversation I had with Katarana in public may have moved the needle for me, but I still wasn't really sold on one narrative versus another, as I'm still not. There's just simply not enough evidence, like to really come to a distinct conclusion. And I still maintain Destiny knows how I feel about that. I've said like we're just gonna agree to disagree on this, but.
Now, do you think the evidence required to say anything with any certainty about her intentionality would be like a really, really high bar to pass, such that like it's unlikely that Katarana would ever offer that kind of information, or ever like forfeit the kind of information or evidence necessary to reach the conclusions that he was reaching? Or do you feel like we're on the precipice of it, that if there were just a few more little details, then you would be able to buy into that narrative a little bit more?
Of course, what's missing is details. What's missing is concrete evidence. But I am left with the understanding that I really just think that Destiny's interpretation of manipulation is just not the same as mine, and that I'm really I just personally am unable to hear him and like understand him when he explains it to me. I think the way that he understands it, I'm not able to get a really clear concept of what he means when he uses the term. But it's not as insidious as my understanding. I know that for sure. It's not as insidious and intentional and premeditated as my understanding of the term. So it's hard for me to even know if I disagree with Destiny as much as I think I do on this. But I guess to make my position perfectly clear, which is something I failed to do in my conversation with him, when I hear the term manipulation, I kind of define that to mean that you, the manipulating party, have intentions to reach an outcome, which, if you were to make that intended outcome bespoke, if you were to make it explicit and let the party that you are interacting with know what your intended outcome is, then they would not perform what you need them to perform to reach that outcome, right? So there's an intention to reach an outcome and a knowledge that, or a prediction that communicating this outcome is likely going to cause them not to help me achieve this outcome of their own free will. Whereas if I do not communicate it, then they will help me. To me, those are the defining characteristics of manipulation. And it seems like there was this question about Katarana, whether or not she leveraged Prime's feelings towards her to help her achieve an intended outcome. And I have seen, like, whatever evidence exists to corroborate that, I think is weak. And I think there also exists evidence to corroborate the idea that Katarana really did wish that Prime just didn't have feelings for her, and that the nature of their relationship would not have changed much, you know.
To give just a tiny bit of pushback, I'm not sure in my mind that manipulation would hinge on like the outcome like not being known to the other party, because I think that like if this were a different situation where we had clear evidence that Katarana did have every intent of like using Prime's liking her to like get all these benefits, I think she was being pretty transparent that like she wanted to build a platform, she wanted to connect with more streamers, she wanted to be a part of building shows like this and get that experience and build that platform. I would say that she was fairly transparent about what she wanted out of that relationship, whether it was platonic or business or whatever. And I don't think that would have hurt her odds of like achieving like a desirable outcome, like being able to build that platform, being able to make those connections, even if Prime knew it, because I think that he was aware that like that was something that she wanted. Now the manipulation point about like using the relationship as leverage to do that, I think is like entirely different. And I think that that's a tougher thing for Destiny to make the case for without really good evidence that like she was playing along with it. And I think that of all the DMs I've seen, it doesn't seem like she's necessarily playing along with it. And I think that's what we would have to see to like take that position. But
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, go ahead. That's basically the end of it.
That's exactly my position, because ultimately the idea that she's manipulating Prime and leveraging you know, his romantic interest in her to help her achieve, you know, ulterior motives is an accusation. It's an accusatory position, similar to saying that somebody is a sexual harasser is accusatory. And I think I guess the moral, you know what I mean? Like the moral implication of somebody doing that, like is large, is huge, is terrible. Like the idea that somebody would force somebody through months of loneliness and heartbreak and desperation to get like 10 more viewers in their stream or something is monstrous, right? It's inhuman. I can't even imagine it. And so I would just require as much evidence as we would want to substantiate a sexual harassment claim, to substantiate a similar claim. And again, the evidence we have is really limited. And so I just want everyone to be clear that this is all speculation based on the evidence that exists that we have to work on. And based on the evidence that is in public that we have to work on, there is a really clear timeline of Katarana first reaching out and saying, you know, what do I do? You know, this guy's saying stuff that makes me uncomfortable. What do I do? And then she's saying stuff like, you know, can you talk to him but not tell him it's him? And then it's, can you talk to him and tell him it's him? And at this point, she's been told, you know, okay, I talked to him and I told him it's him. And from then on, the next time she gets a comment like that is well, as it's alleged, right? As it was alleged previously. The next time was apparently like over this phone call, right? So to her perspective, it's like, okay, at that point, from the point that she's operating under the assumption that Prime had been talked to, like she hadn't been receiving those comments ever again. And she's like, okay, he's been talked to and it stopped. And then the next time she gets it, that's when the cancel campaign starts. Or she perceives that she gets it. I don't know. None of us, there's no evidence, you know what I mean, about this call whatsoever. But like the timeline as it's alleged. There's one major anomaly in this though, right? Oh, sorry. But the point is, and she's also telling other people, you know, kind of later in the game, you know, this guy won't take a hint or whatever. Like it seems pretty clear well, no, I shouldn't say it seems pretty clear, right? I'll just say that the idea that she truly just preferred if this romantic interest part was an element that wasn't in the picture, this idea seems somewhat corroborated loosely by evidence, or at least by this timeline.
And by her statements on stream, like, I just wish he wouldn't say these things kind of deal.
There's one major anomaly, though, and that's the no comment chick going in an open chat room saying that there is a major predator in the community. And we haven't seen any indication, based on the evidence that exists, that she had any reason to believe that Prime had, been doing this to other girls. And there's the fact that this is like the first instance of and this was very early on, the first instance of like a public accusation that's kind of vague posting, and hints are dropped about it. She's like, I'm a debater, for the record. You know what I mean? It's like she's dropping hints about it.
Well,
and that would be, I think, a point of evidence potentially in the favor of Destiny's position.
When did she talk to Samantha, though? If it was before that, then Samantha being like, oh, I hope it's not Prime, and this kind of thing would, like, I think, give her that impression, no?
I believe the no comment chick comments came before the first talk with Samantha.
Okay. Okay.
And we need some lore masters to catch me up on that in front of me.
I'm sure there's a lot of people listening very intently for you to say something incorrect that have the timeline in front of them, so maybe we'll hear from them. If you could go back and do the Destiny talk differently, would you have a different approach to that, or would you focus on different things or have a different kind of rhetorical angle to that?
I would. And I think a couple of my biggest failures, my biggest mistakes in that conversation were making my position perfectly clear. I think a lot of people thought that I was playing hardcore defense for Catarana, when in reality I was just trying to play hardcore defense to potential counter narratives and why we should keep our hands off the trigger for this, going full on board with the manipulator angle. And I think I would hammer a little harder on what I would consider, what I personally would read as like really strong signals of rejection that did exist in those messages. Like her saying, you objectively cannot date me, like I really can't date right now, things like that. And there are, for every one message of her saying, like, and probably not later, what I think a person who's desperate for romance with another individual would interpret as like wiggle room, there are like 7 to 8 messages that don't have such wiggle room,
And you don't see that as shy flirting the way that Eris did?
Saying you objectively cannot date me, and it never works out, the long distance thing, it wouldn't work out. I literally can't do it right now. I don't see that as shy flirting. I don't know. I mean,
okay, I'm just curious because I think that
the no stuff or whatever, I think could, credibly seen. I think I personally am leaning on the side that was shy flirting. But I understand that Catarana maintains that was like her trying to send signals of rejection, and that's plausible and credible. I don't have any reason to reject that.
Okay, because I feel like when Eris said that, I felt like a little tickle in my brain that I felt uncomfortable voicing was immediately like given form, and I was like, yeah, I mean, like, because I flirted with people that act similarly in even in this like rejection of the possibility of a long-term relationship when kind of engaging what would exactly be the framework of a long distance relationship, the time spent on calls, the investment in the other person by like sharing so many details and going to them for problems and for clarification on things and flirtatious remarks and everything else. I think a lot of people read into that as like a challenge of sorts, and that may be a problem on the men's side of things, but this is something that I've seen happen like numerous times with people doing this kind of flirtatious behavior, that it actually does turn into a long-term relationship or a long-distance relationship. So like I felt like Eris was getting at something with that. More specifically with the comments you mentioned, of course, those are way more explicit than the other ones because there's room for interpretation with the other ones. But yeah, I was just curious what you thought about that, because for me, that was something that resonated with me. Is there anything else that Eris said that you feel like was particularly good, or Relly, like things they pointed out that you didn't see initially or that you felt were valuable?
I just want to push back because I've seen the content over and over. There's a point in one of Eris' streams where the whole no die LOL or whatever, you know, that whole segment, like Eris claims at this point, I think Supreme thinks that she's sending clear signals. No, it's not the case. It's not the case. It's not the case that I thought that any of the signals were any such way, and that I was trying to make the case for it being that way. Simply that we ought to consider that there's like the potential for it to be the other way than whichever way you're leaning. Because at the end of the day, language is imperfect, and I think I failed to make my position clear here. I see so many people in the chat saying, no, everyone agrees these messages were string along. Yes, those were, you know, whatever, strong signs of rejection. None of you can say this is the case, and I can't say this is the case, and I'm not saying it is the case, right? I cannot tell you the objective interpretation of any of the words that were said in any of these logs, and neither can any of you. So quit being so thirsty to jump to a conclusion about it. The only people who can tell us objectively what they mean by the words they're saying are the people immediately after they said it, and only immediately after they said it. Like, that's why it's important to, if there's, you know, social signals are hard and language is hard. Language is this tool that we use to try to take concepts that are in our brains, put them into sound waves, and like hope that the same concept arrives in the other person's brain, that their wetware fucking arrives in the same concept. That's why social situations are difficult and why we have to like feel them out. And that's why if you do or say something that makes somebody else feel uncomfortable, that they should bring it up to you immediately to verify what you meant by what you said, and then relay how it made them feel.
And that doesn't run contrary to your advice before about how like reaching out through a third party should be the preferable route. Like we can both agree that you should probably make it explicit at least at first and then do that before the third party thing. I think we agreed on that, but I'm just trying to like make that clear.
Normally that's the case, but I just want to create room, and I think it's important to maintain some room that a person not feel the onus if they really just can't handle, for whatever reasons they have, if this topic already makes them uncomfortable and then confronting it directly, you know, makes them even more uncomfortable, that there's a third option available. But optimally, yes, I think we should encourage people, you know, and Prime did this, I think, perfectly well when he, you know, asked, is this making you uncomfortable? Or if I ever say anything to make you uncomfortable, let me know, which is what he alleges. That's what he testifies. I'm not sure if we had messages for that. I think we didn't. But that's what he testifies. That's a perfectly fine way to empower somebody to bring something to your attention, I think.
Okay. One other point that we kind of were able to hash out a little bit in private is one of the takeaways that you tried to have people take away from the Destiny conversation was that we shouldn't feel the urge or the need to form solid opinions about things that are going on. And we should be more comfortable sitting in a position of like, just accepting that you don't have enough information to feel like super strongly one way or the other. Am I like rewording that properly?
That's perfect.
And like, oh, go ahead.
Well, especially in a situation like this that involves so many parties, where the likelihood that the people who have not yet spoken are likely going to contribute something that's kind of probably pivotal to how we're supposed to interpret this situation. If those people haven't spoken yet, then you absolutely shouldn't be jumping on board with anything yet. That's ridiculous. And it does seem like people have these like binary relationships with these sorts of events. I remember it was actually Lycan. I was a little surprised by this. Because the previous night Lycan had caught me talking to Dylan and giving Dylan criticism for you know, the way that he handled it and so on and so forth. And you know, I came down pretty hard on Dylan in that stream. And then you know, the next day or the next 2 days later, whatever, I was talking to Destiny and like defending the idea that that Cat may not have intentionally strung Prime along or something. And Lycan was like, what the hell? This guy was defending Prime yesterday and now he's defending Cat today. And like, I saw a lot of these signals. It was not just Lycan. In fact, the overwhelming majority of signals were this. People were saying that I was slimy and trying to play all sides, which is absurd to me, because my biggest concern was levying all the criticisms without burning, you know, I was worried I'm probably going to burn bridges, is what I thought, as I did the last time this sort of situation occurred. You know, I burned a lot of bridges because I stuck to my guns about wait for more evidence. I just wish people would be a little more plastic to these situations as they come out and not be so hungry to look for like the linchpin villain of the situation for whom we pile all the blame. Yeah, I think that's pretty much my thoughts on the matter.
And to what extent do you think people's prior experience kind of is being projected onto a situation like this, and that's why they have such a fervor in their belief about like the situation being one way or the other? So like, for instance, Destiny gave a lot of very specific examples of other situations that fit within the paradigm he was presenting, and how those situations, when compared to this situation, seem to prove that that's the way that it's going. Or perhaps other people in his audience who have had relationships with women that are like this, or have interacted with women on Discord that act a certain way, and then they're kind of seeing how this situation has some features of that, and then jumping to that conclusion really quickly. Like, do you think that that could be a part of this? And if so, like, how do we contend with that, or how do you recommend that people like dismantle that?
I can't tell you what's in anybody's head, but the idea that this is happening is certainly, I think, valid. I mean, even I do this, right? Like, I project my experiences as I'm interpreting things. I have biases. I have, you know, hypotheses that, like, preferred hypotheses. I have preferred conclusions. This is how I would like to see the situation turn out. I hope that the truth is this. This is true, I think, for everybody. And of course, the situations that I think people allude to with the whole string along concept, which I think is what you're alluding to here?
Yeah, or the Discord women that kind of play people or flirt with everybody in really strange ways.
Sure. I think that has to be met with like really responsible rhetoric. I think you have to be very, very careful about talking about these concepts. And rhetorically, in that conversation that I had with him, like, I just thought it would be best if I just accepted the premise and move on, because I don't dispute that there are people that use, you know, that, like, women that use their sex and their sexual appeal or whatever to get what they want out of situations at the expense of, like, maybe, you know, like a person's loneliness or you know, desire for romantic attention or something like that. And like, litigating that, who's right and what's fair, is not something I want to get into. It's just easy for me to accept that because I've had experience with it, and it's, you know, I can observe that. It's fine. But I think that has to be met. Like, I fear that some people are hearing that, and in hearing, yes, it's true, all women do this. It's not being clearly communicated that this is a phenomenon that occurs. It's what's being communicated is, you know, women do this thing where yada yada yada, and it's like, ugh. Like, I understand that a lot of people are going to hear that and they're going to interpret that to mean most women or all women or something like that, and I'm not sure that's the case.
Bringing it back to kind of the apology stream that happened today, one thing that I noticed was that there was no concession or no apology or anything from Prime's side. Did you guys end up coming to the conclusion that there was nothing that Prime should apologize for? Is that just something that
he has apologized?
Oh, okay.
I mean, he was very clear. He was like, you know, this, I'm not retracting. It still stands that I think, you know, that I accept that Caterina was made uncomfortable by my actions, and I apologize sincerely for that. You know, he didn't try to say anything to offload any of his guilt, even though I think that he has reason to do so. You know what I mean? Like I said, I feel like he reasonably took measures to try to get in front of, like, making somebody uncomfortable. He asked to be told if something was making him uncomfortable. He asked if his you know, his comments were making somebody uncomfortable. But he didn't bring any of that up. He just said, I truly am sorry for making this person feel uncomfortable. And I thought that was really, you know, it demonstrated a lot of class and a lot of, you know, integrity.
Yeah. I guess because I am seeing the reaction from chat, I guess more specifically what I should have said is, was there, because he was able to say, I have already apologized for these things, there's already a video out with these things, and then give an abbreviated statement on what was contained in that video. Was there no request then that he reiterate points that were made in the video? Was everybody okay with him just referencing the fact that that already exists and focusing more so on Dylan?
Oh, I'm sorry. I missed the very first part of this question.
Yeah. So Prime was able to just mention the fact that he had another video where he had apologized for this stuff already, and he gave an abbreviated kind of summary of what that apology was. And what I'm curious about is, was everybody okay with Prime using that abbreviated opinion rather than like reiterating what those apologies were for or what the specifics of them were? Because I think that Dylan likewise made apologies in other places, but did feel the need to, or you guys felt the need to collectively to reiterate that.
I think Prime did reiterate what his apology was for, and I think he did. I personally feel like he did so adequately.
Okay. That answers the question. Is there anything that you feel like Dylan should have mentioned beyond just the fact checking and the failure to fact check that wasn't mentioned? Or do you guys feel like you didn't lay anything else or didn't leave anything else on the table, and that everything, you wanted to see addressed was addressed?
Yeah, there is more that I wanted to see addressed. I mean, there's stuff that I want to say, of course, about the topic, because I think it's an important topic. I think it's a serious topic. And if I have one concern, it's that the respect for this topic was kind of undermined by the technical issues and maybe the way that that apology was, like you said, it was short, it was quick, it was to the point, it was over and done with. I do wish that more had been said about, for example, we talked about this with like an HR department. We talked about confronting people directly. It seems like the biggest problem to me with this is that there are people and that there is this societal acceptance of the idea that if you witness or you have evidence of a person doing or saying something that's like sexual in nature or romantic in nature that makes somebody uncomfortable, that an acceptable response to this is taking measures that we can reasonably predict will destroy a person's reputation and ruin career opportunities. Like, to me, I'm just haunted by this idea that anybody thought it was okay, that anybody thought that it was acceptable to, instead of verifying or even double checking, even giving Prime a second strike. Nobody even thought to even give him a second strike, even though, like, there was some defense, like, we thought Samantha had talked to him. She told us we had talked to him. But what about, like, nobody had even considered that before we do what we think will reasonably cause the end of this guy's presence on the platform. And, we don't care how else he's going to make money, or, we don't care if he actually learns learns a lesson if he needs to, or understands, anything about this, or even knows about it. Is to jump on the nuclear button and do what we think reasonably is going to basically end his life for the foreseeable future until he finds a way to pick it back up. And, like, potentially, you know what I mean? Like, if he goes to apply for a job and, hiring managers don't mess around. They look into people's pasts, and they know social media exists, and they look into it. And if there's some way that they can correlate his, like, government name and real identity to Prime Kai, and they look into that, like, it's gonna have consequence. It's gonna have impact on him in his life. And I just feel like, personally, respect to that was not thoroughly demonstrated, and I'm not sure it's thoroughly understood by people, especially people who are, like, left-leaning and preach, rehabilitation, restorative justice, that sort of stuff. It really does seem like our fangs are dripping for a martyr over this, like, very serious issue of sexual harassment and, like, the culture of sexual harassment that exists, I think, in the world today, and especially in, like, online spaces and, video game spaces and shit.
I will comment on something I'm seeing in the chat, which is, like, the sentiment of, like, all apologies are never enough, and people should be happy with, like, that he apologized. Like, I do agree that, unfortunately, the bar is so low that, like, even giving an apology or even admitting that you're wrong is huge. It's huge comparatively to, like, how everybody else handles situations like this. And for that, Dylan does deserve props. But I think, like, also this asking for things above that or beyond that, I think, is always tough, because people will jump back to the position that I'm seeing in the chat where, like, oh, no apology is ever enough. Like, how could we be more specific, or, like, what specifically would you be looking for as a demonstration of the harm that this could have caused him. Like, how do you make that right beyond the apology that Dylan gave?
Well, I think this one's easy. Anybody who says the apology is not enough, you got to take that up with Prime, because we had a long mediation session. Prime put forward a list of demands, and Dylan met them all. Prime got to choose his terms for satisfaction. Dylan achieved them. That's all there is to it. It's nobody else's business for feeling like Dylan didn't do enough. It's nobody else's business. It's Prime's business, Prime's alone. He decided the terms for his satisfaction, and they were met.
But you do have opinions, and you do have this opinion that perhaps Dylan should have given more credence somehow to the damage that this could cause Prime in the long term. And I do wonder, how could somebody do that in the future, whether it's Dylan or...
Not just Dylan. Everybody who's had their fangs dripping for, you know, like, I do worry about the idea that the idea that Prime was like some kind of sexual predator is something that people wanted to see and weren't as interested in finding out if that was the truth, but it's just something that they wanted to see because it could be part of a 2-minute hate where they could, you know what I mean? Like, use Prime as an effigy and feel self-righteous. And I feel like a lot of people come to political content on Twitch for this reason as it is.
Do you feel like Destiny's coverage falls under that, or do you think that there's more nuance there? If you feel uncomfortable answering, I don't blame you.
To be honest, I haven't reached a conclusion on that. I think I haven't really examined it with a microscope and like heard all the messages that he's trying to say. It really just seems like when you say Destiny's coverage, I do think that like ascribing value to the idea that Kat is a manipulator comes close to that and maybe crosses the line potentially. Again, I don't have ones and zeros that I'm working with. I'm working on my gut reaction. The YouTube video that August put out really just seems like it's meant to litigate all the points and examine all the content that had been out up until that point. I didn't feel like August's, the video that August put out, and it's on Destiny's YouTube. I didn't feel like that was for the purpose of making out a clear villain, even though there is some juxtaposition of things that would indicate as much. It seemed like a holistic, semi-holistic examination of the case thus far and the problems with it.
And I'm very interested by that. So you would agree that August's video did a good job of just showing the points as they happened, and it was a good highlight reel for what had happened in this situation. But I think that it also does really support the narratives that Stephen was putting out, minus some of the specifics about the manipulator tactics. But it did make very clear that people were lying in certain instances by jumping back and forth between when they had said one thing and when they had said another. But you don't feel like it went far enough to validate his kind of angle on things, or it didn't go as far as to seem like it was painting that picture for you?
No, it doesn't feel. I mean, I certainly don't remember a conclusion being such and such was wrong in big impact font in the center of the screen or anything. It seems like it leaves enough up to interpretation and says we'll wrap this up in part 2. And whether or not we get a part 2, I think that's fine. Okay.
And it's good to hear from somebody who spent a lot of time on this that August did a good job of that, because it was very enjoyable to watch, very condensed. It put everything into 2 hours, and I'm sure there will be a part 2 where we're adding more there, and I assume that'll be another 2 to 3 hours. But I thought it was really, really well done. Everything from keeping track of a timeline to jumping back and forth on key statements that were kind of not great. Also think the incorporation of the React Andy opinions was interesting. Do you think that there were, I'm trying to think of a way to ask this. The inclusion of different React Andy people's interpretation of events, whether it's Eris or Relly, I feel like these were meant to bolster particular narratives about things by going to trusted sources who had those opinions as a means of like inserting that narrative. How do you feel about the inclusion of those people's like responses or opinions about the topics, given your talk about like everybody had their fangs out and they wanted blood and whatever?
Well, how I feel about it, I have a lot of different thoughts about it from a lot of different, I think, angles, a lot of different perspectives. I think, I think it's probably the case that those were selected to represent, or because they represent or are sort of parallel to the way that maybe Destiny feels about the case, and it's people just speaking, like vicariously for Destiny on how he feels about the case. That's one way that I feel about that I predict that the reason those clips were selected, because Destiny is on vacation, like he'd spent a lot of time putting his thoughts on paper already, and this was like a 24-hour coverage piece of event, I guess, situation. There was more to be said than Destiny could have said about it. Aside from that, I think there's a thing Destiny says that he just absolutely deserves credit for, which is that he is the only large creator in the space that I can think of, and I wonder if anybody can challenge him on this, that really showcases smaller streamers, tries to include them in his content, like links, all the links are in the details and stuff. Destiny is somebody who seems to be keeping up with Twitch, the Twitch below him, and not just worrying about the Twitch above him and how he can, keep climbing that. And I think I respect the fuck out of Destiny for this, honestly. I really can't think of anybody else who does this. Aside from that, it's entertainment, and a lot of people's commentary is going to be entertaining, and the people that are included are people that I value. I think have had a lot of really valuable insight. Irrelevant, I think, is one of, if not the most qualified and practiced person to talk about these interpersonal relationships and the dynamics of something that can lead to something like sexual harassment. I feel like he's been, honing his chops on the subject for the past year or so. He's able to do it extremely maturely, I think, and responsibly. I was really impressed with Eris's coverage as well. I think she was able to discuss this topic really well as well. Two people that are able to have this discussion about, a complex and sensitive topic in a really adult and mature way. And I'm really glad to have seen them included.
And are you comfortable mentioning people that you feel like did not handle this well then, or like took advantage of this situation?
I have to be honest. I don't think any of those people were in the video from my recollection. And, I watch the people that I think are doing the best job as well. And so if there are people that handled this really irresponsibly, I maybe saw a clip or two of like that Maddie person saying, isn't it weird that Destiny always gets involved in this? Isn't that kind of a red flag? Obviously she received all the pushback that I think she should have in that moment. Stardust jumped, pushback. Kino Elise, another streamer, pushback. Two people that I like on the platform. But yeah, I don't really spend a lot of time paying attention to signals that, as most people don't on this platform, right? We search for the signals we agree with and that we like. So I'm just not aware if there are more people that handle this poorly.
Okay. I'm just trying to reconcile that with your statement about how a lot of people came at this with like fangs out and they were hungry for it. So I would imagine there has to be more people than Maddie, but if that is an uncomfortable thing to talk about, we don't have to.
That's the only signal that I've seen that I think was really bad.
Okay. So would it be fair to say then that of the people that you've watched, like they can't be characterized as coming at this with fangs out, and instead they did handle it like maturely and responsibly per what evidence was available?
I watched Irrelevant cover it, I watched Chud Logic cover it, I watched Eris cover it, and I watched Cherry cover it, another streamer named Cherry. Chaeirie. There's so many vowels. But these are all people that I think covered it responsibly, are able to discuss the topic in an adult fashion, and that their insight is valuable and I think accurate.
All right. Well, that's all my questions. I mean, do you have any points that you feel like weren't clear, or any kind of parting message that you want to give to people?
No, I mean, I feel like I've said way more than I intended to. I mean, and You have been a magnificent interviewer throughout this, or shall I say interrogator? Maybe I should accuse you of you really, I think, pumped the well dry on a lot of my thoughts on the matter that I'm willing to give, and I appreciate the hell out of you. Like this was an excellent talk. I didn't feel like it was adversarial. I didn't feel like I had to like play a rhetoric edge or anything like that to get my point across. So thank you very much, and I'm really glad to see you're having a good time over in Europe.
Yeah, of course. I'll keep trying to have a good time on your behalf, bro. When I get back to California, we'll hang out.
Excellent. Have a good day.
You too.
Thank you for having me on.
Of course. Talk to you later. All right. That was Wicked Supreme for anybody interested. Wicked Supreme on Twitch, not on YouTube, unfortunately. No matter how much I bother him about it in private, I don't think we'll see that anytime soon. Although fingers crossed, you never know. I think it's better that everybody streams on YouTube as well as Twitch, but what do I know? How do you guys think that went? I feel like I know that with Supreme, he's always very careful, he's very careful about, privileged information. So I tried to navigate that as responsibly as possible and not like put him into weird compromising situations. But at the same time, like, asking things that like I personally want to know in a way that I feel like he'll be comfortable answering. And that's a very tough line to walk for me, I feel like, because if you've ever talked to me in private, especially in real life, I love just asking the questions, the hard questions. Like, I just want to like tear it apart. But, you have to be more careful than that, especially when you're live. That was absolutely lovely. It gave me the warm fuzzies. Oh, I'm happy to hear it. Supreme and I get along really well outside of, Twitch and stuff. So I'm happy to hear maybe that's coming off a little bit. Great talk. I like a good plot twist. I like that he's careful. I like that he's careful too. I hope that he involves himself more with other stuff. I know that might sound like a bit of a shady thing, like, or a shitty thing, like, that he gets involved with more drama. But like, I think that having a very adult and mature approach to things is something that we really don't have a lot of, because even when Steven, like, interacts with stuff, he often has these really, really harsh angles sometimes, especially when he has personal experience or a personal like investment in the topic. And I think it can often cloud his coverage, or it ends up resulting in like, thanks for the gift, Critical Canadian. Like, I feel like it often taints what could otherwise be really insightful, like, coverage of stuff. When he's uninterested in whatever and very robotic and to the point, I feel like he's really, really solid. But anytime he feels like he has personal experience that validates things, or he goes with this, like, inferring people's intentions angle, like, I'm always going to criticize that, because I feel like it always hurts what could otherwise be really insightful dialogue about that. If he could just do so much as segregate one from the other, I think that would be really, really good. To just like, here is objectively, X, Y, Z, what I think is going on here. But if you're asking me my fucking opinion, of course it's this. Like, I'm really biased because of my experiences and whatever. Like, really make sure that is like 10 to 20% of it, and 80% is on the real, like, mature breaking it down. But if Supreme continues to do this, I think that Supreme could fill that gap really, really well. And Supreme is very, very dedicated to handling things in a responsible way, even if it means that he can't ride a wave of like having a super strong opinion, or say things that are out of line, or jump to conclusions, or burn bridges. Like, he's willing to take all of those costs in order to stick to his principles about the way that he thinks that things should be covered. And I think that makes him a really, really valuable addition to any kind of drama or any kind of discussion that happens on these topics. And I was happy to see that this time around, like, Supreme was able to get eyes on him about this, and more people are kind of coming around to that, because there have been issues in the past that he's covered that he hasn't nearly gotten as much attention on, because he really doesn't want to involve himself in that way, or, in his own words, insert himself into this drama and stuff. And the one difficulty I see for him optically moving forward is he may have to give up saying he doesn't want to inject himself into things, because I saw some of you in the chat being like, oh, he doesn't, oh, thanks for the $5, Bells. Like,
my Twitch budget for the month, but I have to reward the content I want to see. This discussion was awesome. More, please.
I'll try. And to anybody who's here from Destiny, you may be interested. There's a Lauren Southern talk happening on Friday. Let me go ahead and get a date for you guys. It may be similar to this. It'll be a one-on-one. I'll ask her some questions. It'll be at 7 p.m. GMT plus 2. I'm not sure what that works out to in PST. I think it might be 10 a.m. But yeah, we'll be talking to Lauren Southern. She saw the debate review between her and Counterpoints versus the Serfs and Tale of Twin Rabbit. Tale of Twin Rabbits, whatever the fuck that person's name was. So, you know, that's what we'll be doing. It won't be nearly as like confrontational as some people might expect, because I'm just not that kind of guy. But, you know, I want to get to the bottom of where people are coming from this optical change, and to talk about some of these issues from before, like the white flight thing, or the white replacement thing. Actually, if you're in the DGG Discord, I'll be reaching out to the people in the politics server and on other channels there to kind of see what people's main gripes are with her, to see if I can hedge the conversation a little bit and make sure I get some things out of the way that people want me to talk about, while also like asking about the questions I really care about, which are not really politically related. It's like, how do you prep for a debate? How do you approach these conversations? How do you view yourself optically? Like, what do you think is the thing that you want people to pick up on, or you want to kind of put forward, you know? Questions like this about her strategy and stuff, because if the claim is that she's rebranding, or the claim is that she's only going for optics now, then why don't we flesh that out? Why don't I ask her more stuff about that? I'm in a unique position where that's what people think my brand is. So, you know, it might be helpful to look into that, get some more testimony from her about that, and then maybe you could form a more fleshed out conclusion about whether or not that's her intention, you know? And I'll also be asking her about, like, when do you change your mind? When do you realize that you're wrong about something? How do you handle concessions like that? And you know, how do you look at the opposing side to kind of balance out some of your own opinions? And how has your experience working with Trump people and working with hardcore conservatives, and now moving to this other side of things, like, what did you learn from that? And what is the experience from that you're going to take moving forward? Because I think that tells me more about her changing, right? I don't care about her apologizing for her dumb fuck takes from before or anything like that. That's not what I'm in it for. If she learns some kind of valuable lesson about, like, following the herd or something like this, like, I think that that's valuable, and it's something you can use to hold her feet to the fire later if she starts to hop on another yikesy bandwagon, right? Because you can bring her attention to the fact that she had said this, and then, you know, move forward from there. I think that's more helpful for building footholds in a longer term relationship, because I do hope that after the talk, it goes well enough that we can maybe talk again. And if something yikesy happens, then I can come to her and be like, yo, we had a whole conversation about how you said that you were done with this stuff, and, like, you realize that this and this are a problem, but I don't know if you're seeing this, but, like, this is happening right now, you know? So I think that's kind of like where I want to go with that. So if you see me on there, it's not like I'm going to, you will get shit from a lot of people. I will, but you know what? It's quickly becoming my brand that I get shit from people about fucking talking to conservative people or having positive opinions about conservative people, like Rob Knorr. Everybody acts like that guy's an awful debater, or he's awful for this reason or that reason. I think he's a wonderful debater. He's really, really good at it. And I think he is insightful, and, like, you know, you may not like the insights that he comes out with, but he listens to people and he formulates his, like, responses based on that. And he's quick, and he is someone to contend with in a debate. Similar with Lauren. Lauren is a really good debater. Lauren has really solid prep. Lauren has a good memorization going on, or she has a really good info document. I don't know which one of those is the case. That's why I want to have a conversation with her. What is prep like for you, you know? Because answers to questions like that provide benefit to people on any side of the aisle, right? People in the middle, people on the left, people on the right. If you can learn more about what her prep is and how she has a mindset going into a debate, anybody can take that and copy paste it regardless of their ideology, right? So getting answers to questions like that and fleshing that out, I think, is more beneficial to everybody compared to, like, railing her about a specific position or really grilling her about something she had said in the past. I feel like that's not nearly as productive or beneficial to everybody. So that's really why I want to do that. Like, I think more people can get something out of that. Carl, come back to us. Here, let me... But yeah, getting Destiny to tell you all the answers is pretty good prep. I mean, I heard a conspiracy theory. Oh man, should I even say this? I heard a conspiracy theory. I don't know if I believe it or not. That Dylan was giving points to the serfs during the conversation. I thought that was funny. I think it was one of the heiresses, right, that claimed that. I think it was Heiress Anne. It's not surprising that con artists are good at debating. The point isn't to find truth. I obviously take problem with the con artist framing, but yeah, maybe. Wicked Supreme, as in you switch my opinion on something. What? Oh, Lycan, we were talking about you earlier, bud. Somebody probably has a timestamp for you, but yeah, you got called out a little bit, bro. You got a little bit of a rhetorical slap on the ass there, buddy, and I'm not talking in a sexual way neither. Apparently you got stuff you got to work on, bro. For what? I don't know, bro. Maybe you should know. Maybe the fact that you don't know means you got to improve yourself, bro. You can't even think of a single thing you did wrong with your coverage or your tweeting. Come on, bro. I'm just fucking with you. I honestly don't remember. I just have your name written down in the notes that one thing was about you. Oh, fuck. Supreme. Just DM each other on Discord. Lycan's a cool guy. You guys could probably just DM about it. I know that that's your preferred way of handling things anyways, Supreme. I'm just memeing, dude. Lycan, if you're listening to this, don't take me super seriously, bro. But Supreme should have like the thing we worked out in DGG after my talk with Dusty. Oh, okay. So you guys already worked it out, sounds like. But do it on stream, Avatar. Yeah, dude, come back on, both of you. I don't think this has worked out. I want to make sure it's worked out, actually. I'm going to pick open that fresh wound and see if those stitches are fucking holding up. Yeah, all the lefties seem to hate Lauren, but no one can seem to take her head on and defeat her rhetorically. Yeah, but I don't think that's fair to say to people, bro. If there's one thing I've learned through all of the commissioned work that people have paid for like debate help and stuff, and through my coverage of people who make it their job to do debates, it's that people aren't good at it, dude. And I think your ability to debate is in no way indicative of like the strength of your ideas or the righteousness of them or whatever. I think if there's one thing we can all agree on, it's that these two things are very separate from each other. Your ability to win a position in an argument is very separate from like the factual accuracy of that argument or how objectively correct it is. Like, so, you know, like, yeah, the lefties can hate her and still fail in these and still be like, these aren't like one-to-one things. So, you know, I would hope that we can all at least agree on that. You know, we've all seen, like, I think Destiny used to talk about this regarding flat earth and how like, if you're just not prepared to have the argument, it doesn't matter if you're correct. Those flat earth people prep a lot and they're ready for any of like the kind of like 2-level arguments that you're going to come up with, right? And if you're not thinking to level 3 and 4 and 5 and 6 and you're not prepped around like the way that other flat earthers have had these debates before, then you're simply going to fail. You're not going to be able to win it. You'll maybe hold on to the segment of the audience that obviously believes that the earth is round, but you're not necessarily like winning the debate. Doesn't it follow if you can argue your points well, you've at least thought about the topic a lot? Sure, yeah. Though not necessarily, right? Like, imagine I was a super good BSer, which I think that I kind of am. But like, if you're a super good BSer, I think that you can make it pretty far in a conversation. You can argue points pretty well just on the spot, not doing any prep. And I think prep is really what we want to look at for an indication of how much somebody's thought about a topic. So no, I don't think your performance is necessarily tied to your level of thought or like dedication to a topic. I really do think you can BS your way through a lot because people are just generally dumb and they don't prepare. And if you just are flexible, you can especially get past these kinds of things, because I've done this before, so I can speak from experience on it. Especially talking to socialist people in real life or in Discord calls, I've noticed that like if I just like use like I think it's Aikido, right? Where you like use the momentum of somebody against them. I feel like you can very easily argue with people just by using their own words as long as you pay attention. And that doesn't require prep at all. What is that? Thanks. But yeah, so... and
Smiley face.
Nice. Congratulations, dude. Congratulations. Do you want me to buy you a flag? You know, that's illegal in Poland. Oh, Poland does not like the gays. How unfortunate for them, bro. I'm backwards as fuck. They do like Jesus, though. You got to give him that. And thank God for PrEP, or everyone that ever talked to a cop would be in prison. Yeah, most people can't actually argue for the proof of gravity against nutcases. This is true. Is there anything that I should have talked with Supreme about that you guys were upset that I didn't cover? I guess that's maybe a good thing to ask while I have this many people in the chat. Because if there is a way that I could have improved that, I'd be more than happy to hear it out. The chicken. Yeah, I didn't mention the chicken, unfortunately. Because he and I talk in private a lot. So if I'm able to get some extra info from him, I could always bring it back to stream, you know. Aikido is extremely looked down on, lots of flair, little substance. Yeah, I'm sure. But I'm just saying as like a visual reference to paint a picture in somebody's mind. Nah, you drained his sack dry. Damn, Tommy. Should have asked him for cat care tips. I got some basic info from the owner about how to take care of the cat. So hopefully I'll be all right. Also, debating topics that are too personal for people makes it tough. How does he take care of his hair? This would be a good question. You forgot to ask him his take on Fuda? What is Destiny's take on Fuda? I don't think I've caught that. I like the interrogation question. Yeah. Like, because he did interject, like, interview. Like, if you wanted to come off as an interview, or that was your goal, I think you do have to change your rhetorical approach. Like, I think it is the way he approached that, whether it's because of his tone, the repeated, like, same wording of the questions, the demanding of a yes or a no, some combination of all of these factors kind of led to it feeling very much so like an interrogation. I think that worked to his benefit, but to hear him say that he would prefer it be referred to as an interview and that he's going for this interview thing kind of seems to contradict with that. So yeah, I was interested in that personally. I wanted more, but I don't think he could say much else with where he is at. Yeah, I think after he makes an attempt with Katarana and maybe this Maddie person or whatever, or Samantha, I think maybe after all that is like settled, then maybe he could say more. But yeah, I was trying to be very careful about that, because I know that like he should keep doors open to talk to those people and really make sure we could wrap the whole thing up with a nice bun. And I think that of all the people on the platform, he's the one that I would trust to do that. Not Destiny, not Arisan, not or Aristocracy, not Relly, maybe Relly, but like I think that Supreme is much better at like making everybody feel like we're on the same page for sure. This is what we got. This is what we're going for. And I think that the apology thing, sans Prime's last comment, was a really good demonstration of that. But I don't think Prime's final comment was necessarily on him. I guess the apology itself, I mean, what he was really apologizing for was getting caught by not having enough info, canceled Prime. Yeah. Destiny doesn't like Fuda because it's not animated really good and women have pubes in their mouth. Why is he watching anime? I'm gonna be real with you guys. I don't watch animated hentai. I think it's really, really bad just in general. I don't know why you wouldn't just like read it. Like, unless you have like ADHD brain and for some reason you can't fucking read. I really do feel like there's so much good doujinshi out there. I don't know why you wouldn't just like read it. Like, there's really good futa. Oh, God, I shouldn't say this. Never mind. Retract. X that from the record. X that from the record. X that from the record. My bad. That was a slip of the tongue. There are really good doujinshi out there. Sweatstony. Jesus Christ. You guys are fucking unraveling me like an onion. Where do we go from here? Hold on. I gotta fucking scroll the fuck up. Hold on. What were we talking about before? Wicked Supreme used to work in intelligence. Which is why he didn't like the term interrogation. Okay, maybe. I didn't even think about that. I'm not interested in watching his take on Fuda, honestly. Hentai without Fuda is not hentai. The two are a package. I think you're wrong. But, you know, I will not comment on the Futa thing any longer. I'm so looking forward to the Discord convos, Pepe mods. Case in point. Oh, by the way, my Discord has a very, 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 very strict not safe for work policy. if you so much as like post a picture that I wouldn't be comfortable people seeing over my shoulder on the train, that's enough for me to axe your fucking thing and give you a warning. So just keep that in mind. Very strict on my Discord. Case in point about her being a con artist, Lauren's saying not to trust science. Let's see. Let's give this a look here. New research that, oh shit, this is 5 hours ago. Lauren, what are you doing? Don't force me to talk about things. New research showing that trusting science has made people more likely to disseminate false claims than those who use critical evaluation. Oh no! Misplaced trust. When trust in science fosters belief in pseudoscience and the benefits of critical evaluation. Okay. Does she have a link to this? Dope. Let's just read this, huh? At a time when pseudoscience threatens the survival of communities, understanding this vulnerability and how to reduce it is paramount. 4 pre-registered experiments of these numbers with online U.S. samples introduced false claims concerning a fictional virus created as a bioweapon, mirroring conspiracy theories about COVID-19 and carcinogenic effects of GMOs. We identify 2 critical determinants of vulnerability to pseudoscience. First, participants who trust science are more likely to believe and disseminate false claims. So hold on. She thinks that this helps her, but I really don't think it does. Now, do you think that people trust science when they're referring to like how the FDA didn't get to do all of their tests for COVID? And like, trust science is something that comes and goes as science agrees with your opinions. And you find any kind of science that agrees with your opinions, like Lauren has done here by pointing out this, right? I think that like people trust science when it's telling them that what they want to hear, right? So I don't know about this trust science thing. Like, just so, like, does that make sense? Are you guys picking up what I'm putting down? Like, also, how are they defining this? Hold on. Can I get the full thing? Can I get the full thing? Please? Can I please? Man, motherfucker. Let's see if we can get a PDF of this, shall we? I'm interested in how they're defining these groups. Is it just self-reported? Do you trust science? And then we do that. What are they saying on Reddit about this? We can trust Reddit, right? People believe what they want to believe. Amen, brother. All right, I feel validated. But I may as well just finish reading the abstract here. First, participants who trust science are more likely to believe and disseminate false claims that contain scientific references than false claims that do not. Yeah. Second, reminding participants of the value of critical evaluation reduces belief in false claims, whereas reminders of, yeah, duh. What? Yeah, of course. Reminding participants of the value of critical evaluation reduces the belief in false claims. So it's like you hand everybody a study and you're like, hey, here's a study about this virus. They're like, oh, okay, I trust science. Cool. Like, apparently there's a virus and it's not going so well. Yeah, because you better trust science, right? Yeah, I should trust science. You are right. That's a good study, right? Versus telling them like, ooh, remember, we should be critical of our sources. I guess bioweapon does sound a bit sketchy. How are they coming to the conclusion it's a bioweapon? And then you'd like, yeah, of course, the people that you remind to like second guess the source are going to second guess the source more often. And if the source is already designed to be like wrong, then like, how is this valuable at all? I don't understand. What other stuff has the top guy done? Let's see here. More documents. Misplaced trust. Okay, that's all we have from you, apparently. What about you? More documents. More behavioral recommendations produce. Let's see. And in case you're interested, this is how I do research. More behavioral recommendations produce more change. A meta-analysis of efficacy of multi-behavior recommendations to reduce non-medical substance use. Death and morbidity associated with substance use have risen continuously, increasing the need for reserves. Okay. Multi-behavior interventions. Okay, so this is just a meta study, so whatever. Don't really care. What have you produced? Estimating the influence of Twitter on. Okay, you're our man or lady. That's Dolores, probably lady. Let's take a look here. Estimating the influence of Twitter on pre-exposure prophylaxis use and HIV testing as a function of rates of men who have sex with men in the no. Acceptance of pre-exposure prophylaxis, or PrEP, which is, for those of you that don't know, something that you take before getting into risky situations sex-wise where you might get HIV, and testing for HIV is likely to vary as a function of the norms and communications within a geographic area. Yeah, sure. Okay, so this person seems to cover similar things. Are actions better than inactions? Positivity, outcome, and intentionality biases and judgments have been... Okay. I don't know who the fuck Thomas O'Brien is. I hope he's not like the main contributor here, because he's a WHO megalol. The other two people at least seem to cover somewhat related stuff, although this person only has one other published thing. Okay, not a super helpful study. Don't really see what the point of this is. It seems to just like confirm what I would assume common sense would tell me, and it's set up in a way where it's going to guarantee the conclusion. So, okay. Well, there you go. Okay. What am I meant to make of this, chat? So after we've reviewed this, what am I meant to, what is the point here? What are you looking from me? What are you looking to get out of me? First author is usually the grad student or postdoc. Okay. Here's the study. Oh shit. Thanks. Okay. Let's see here. I'm going to look at the design real quick. Okay. A lot of narrative shit here. Okay. We collected data from 604 participants via Amazon's mechanical turn. Excluded the data of 88 participants because they did not pass a simple attention check. The remaining 532 included 198 who identified as female and male. Okay, on a scale to assess political ideology from strong liberal to strong conservative, the average political ideology was close to true moderate. On a scale to assess formal education, blah, blah, blah. Okay. The experimental design was a two-content... Sorry, let me read this real quick. Participants were randomly assigned to either the scientific content or the non-scientific content. Both condition participants learned about the Valza virus, with an ostensible expert claiming that the virus was created in a government lab and covered up. In the scientific content condition, the article cited scientists at prominent universities describing how studies conducted in their laboratory proved the virus was created in a laboratory and that the U.S. government concealed their role in creating the virus. In the non-scientific content condition, the article cited activists as the expert source and quoted one of the activists. The style of the articles was informal, imitating websites and postings from subscribers of the theories. Upon finishing the article, participants were instructed to reflect upon it and ask several questions about the perceptions of the article's presentation to support the cover story that the research involved comprehension, distract participants to the... How's Vienna? Really cool so far. I haven't really explored much of it. Are you still in Europe? Yes, I am. Hey, book, I sent you the whole PDF. Yeah, I know. I'm reading it. Following these questions, A, belief in the article through 6 items used in the pilot studies, or B, the behavior of the dissemination of trust in science, use 8 items, partially derived from a scale validated in past research, and partially, okay, who did the past research? Maybe I shouldn't even dive too deep into this. I think we got what we wanted just out of the abstract, to be honest. Participants were instructed to state their agreement between strongly agree. Okay, dissemination were instructed. Okay, participants were instructed to state their agreement that scientists usually act in a truthful manner, readily forge result scientists' intention. The Bible provides a stronger base. Students were asked 8 multiple choice questions to assess their understanding of scientific methodology, supplementary materials. As an example, participants read the claim that creators of the shake weight a moving dumbbell, claim that their product can produce incredible. I should stop spending time on this. I'm sorry, guys. I'll pay more attention to you. Yeah, keep it superficial. What do you mean? Vienna is fucking awesome. Their transit. Okay. let me talk about the transit system because I already have positive things to say. Oh, Carl's not there, huh? Where did he go? Oh, I can't reach the camera over there. I'm sorry. Shake weight, yeah, they have a thing about the shake weight in there. The questions they're asking are kind of funny. Vienna is fucking awesome. Yeah, so you can buy like a 7-day pass, and it works on everything here. It works on the tram, it works on the bus, it works on the metro, and it goes all the way to the edge of the city of Vienna. So you could take a train or a bus all the way to like Warsaw or somewhere else, super duper far away, and that pass will cover you all the way to the border, which I thought was really interesting to hear. Have you had a Mozart cookie? They were everywhere when I was there. No, but he did give me the viewer who is letting me stay here. He gave me these. I guess they're called Manor, maybe? Manor. These will probably be good. Here, I'll try them on stream. I actually haven't cracked into this quite yet. I've had those. Classic? Hell yeah. Also, how is Destiny doing? What was he doing on stream, guys? Because I assume a lot of you are coming from there. What was he up to? Covering the thing that he said he doesn't want to cover anymore, or something else? Unboxing Pog? Hell yeah, dude. Here, I'll do it on cam. League? You guys click into that. You guys watch that. I wish he'd play League with me, but I suck too bad. I just got to play with Wicked Supreme and Lux and accept that that's my fate. I'll never be good enough. I'll never be good enough to play League with him. He hates Europe? Why? He doesn't even do anything. How can he experience a place enough to hate it when he doesn't do shit? Like, I don't know. The dude barely goes outside. How is he going to hate the place he's at when he doesn't even experience it? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. That's where I'm at with it. He is Sundari for Europe? I don't know if that's the case. I think that's... You're Huff and Hopium, brother. This is messy. I'm making a bloody mess. Oh, they, like, peel off. Oh, that's good. Oh. Oh. That's really good. Texture and flavor, it's not nearly as crunchy as you might think. I know it sounds that way, but like the crunchy to chocolatey ratio has got to be like 30% crunchy, like 60% chocolatey. And it gets even more once like the cracker gets like wet in your mouth. Once the cracker gets wet and it gets really moist, it just goes really well together with the chocolate. And then that chocolate is just like nice and creamy, barely like crossing the threshold into fudgy. And it's hazelnut, yeah. Although I will say the hazelnut is like an aftertaste. It's like what's left in your mouth. It's not necessarily what you're hit with when you bite into the cookie. I would say that you're hit with a very chocolatey texture, and so it tastes really chocolatey to me. And the hazelnut doesn't really come through until like you've made your way through it a little bit. What about the remaining 10%? Wow, $20? Oh no, is this a take?
Reroll wafers.
Oh, I hate you guys. In case you didn't know, you can pay $20 or donate 5 subs to reroll an opinion of mine on anything. You know what? This cookie's got to decide what the fuck it is. Is it a wafer or is it a fucking fudgy cookie? Because the thing is, like, I don't need you mixing shit up. You're doing neither of them very well. What you need to do is you need to double down on something. When I eat a wafer cookie, I'm looking for a fucking wafer cookie, all right? I'm looking for something that's got some crunch, real fucking dry, makes me feel like I need to chug a fucking glass of water afterwards, which, by the way, the water in Austria is really, really good straight out of the tap. It tastes like normal bottled water. But unlike the excellence of the bottled water, I feel like Vienna and Austria in general has really dropped the ball on these wafer cookies. And I think that rather than trying to both sides it the way that Supreme does in his coverage of drama, I think they really need to pick a side solidly and just stick with it, you know? There you go. Obviously, I don't mean that thing about Supreme. I just think it's funny to say. Water shouldn't taste like anything. Exactly. I don't taste anything, dude. It's just like, it fulfills the need, right? It makes me feel quenched, and that's I think the main thing. Does it count as a reroll when you're just taking sarcastic shots? Maybe. Were you only in Vienna or in somewhere else in Austria? Technically, I came in from the border with the Czech Republic, so I mean, technically I've been through a good bit of it, but it's not like the bus stopped and I got to enjoy it. I just looked out the window. By the way, the bus from Warsaw to Vienna, fucking long, dude. Long, dude. Fucking like, god damn. I'm happy I bought 2 seats. That's what I'll say. My fat ass fucking drips over into the seat next to me. I want my fucking space. I got these big ass legs and a thick fucking schlong, so I need a fucking man spread to be comfortable. And so all these factors combined makes me feel like I need to buy the seat next to me, and I do. You know, my dumpy deserves 2 seats basically, and I did that. Really happy with that because I got to like lay down and stretch out and whatever. Some motherfucker tried to like sit next to me, and I was like, oh, I'm sorry, you can't. You see, I paid for both seats. And they were like, can I just sit here? You bought 2 seats? I'm like, yeah, I did. Fuck off. Obviously, I didn't say it like that, bro, but it was so satisfying to tell somebody, no, you can't sit here. I bought both seats, motherfucker. Check my goddamn ticket. Hell yeah, bro. I was comfy as fuck. Isn't there a direct train? I don't know. I didn't take a direct train. I like Flixbus, dude. I'm very what's it called? I'm very loyal to Flixbus. I like Flixbus because it's cheap as fuck, dude. Gotta fulfill the American stereotype. And no, the American stereotype is buying 1 seat when you're fucking 600 pounds and you clearly are gonna take up 2 seats, bro. And you're sweaty and you fucking smell and you're eating and you take your shoes off. Like, I didn't do any of that shit, bro. I make sure to keep my American stereotype in check. I try not to be loud when I talk with people in public. I try not to compare everything to America. Like, I try real hard to like break the stereotypes, bro. I feel an obligation to, so fuck you guys. But like, oh man, how long are you in Vienna? Maybe a little over a week, maybe 2 weeks. I need to leave Vienna by, let me go ahead and check here because I have it all on my calendar. So I'm probably going to be in Vienna / Bratislava until like maybe the 4th of September, so about 2 weeks, a little over 2 weeks maybe. So I'll be in the area for a good little while. Good ambassador. I try to be, dude. I mean, like, man, people have such negative opinions about Americans. I really do feel like I'm pressured to like do my best. You know, it could be worse. I could be mainland Chinese, you know, I could have very worse stereotypes that I need to work through. But, you know, I try to do what I can for the American race. And then you throw a fit when they tell you they can't accommodate you and fight the police and they drag you off the plane. Not unless I'm drunk, bro. I can't afford to drink on a plane, bro. I'm not a high class. Those are high class Americans you're talking about. They're high enough class that they start feeling entitled and shit. Did you watch the Crowder animation off stream? No, I'd have no intention of doing that. Unlike you guys think, like, I don't like Crowder. You don't believe me when I say that. I don't like Crowder. I don't like watching anything involved with him. Reserve a table for party that never shows up. Yeah, maybe, bro. Crowder is blacklisted. Wexakusgebiet. I don't know what the fuck that means. American ethno state. I just want a fucking ethno state for pure fucking red, white, and blue-blooded Americans, bro. That's what I want. I don't give a fuck what race you are, dude. We're all the American race. And I think we have to keep the American race taken care of. And that's what we got to do. Why won't you change his mind? Change whose mind? Crowder? I don't care about Crowder. Honestly, I think that dude's grifting, bro. Dude, that's why you get fucked up before. Ah, true. Chinese tourists have a very bad rep. I hear they're actually really good rappers, but nah, they're not known for being very nice tourists. Sneak in your own booze? Interesting. Have you seen a lot of the city? No. I got here when it was dark, and we kind of walked. We got schnitzel, and then we came back here. I think I need to cook here. I have a sneaking suspicion that food and eating out will be much more expensive here than what I'm used to in Poland. And now starts the cook smarts arc, dude. I need to learn how to cook and cook whatever food is available here. And I need to just go grocery shopping a lot more. How did you like schnitzel? It's good. No, I'm American. So my only complaint is going to be portions. I don't think it had like a lot of meat, but the way it was cooked was really good. The meat was nice and juicy inside. The outside, the way it's fried is very, very interesting. It's like very uniform. Like if you think about like Kentucky Fried Chicken or chicken tenders, you have this kind of very textured outside with kind of big clumps, maybe about like a centimeter in diameter. But with this, it was just very, very fine, no bumps to it, no like texture. It's like very, very uniform. And that mixed with like the juicy kind of thin meat inside, it felt very elegant, right? So I did like it. I did like it. Breadcrumbs versus batter. Okay. That's what's going on there. Cooking while traveling is a nightmare? I don't think so. When you have a kitchen, I don't think it's bad. And this guy has a kitchen, so I'll make use of it. If you eat meat, get yourself some speck. Okay. You have to drink some Viennese coffee. I'll try to. You know, he says they have about like one more serving worth of coffee beans left, so I'll probably go out and buy some more. I'm also interested because I know that the coffee here seems more than reasonable, like 3 or 4 euros for coffee. Okay, that's fine. So I'll definitely try some. If anybody has recommendations for a good Viennese coffee place, email me. Don't tell me in the chat, but definitely email me. I think someone asked this a while back, but do you have any plans to visit Romania? No. Bread game in Vienna is top tier. Ooh, okay. They'll have to compete with Poland. Poland was pretty good. In which district are you staying, and what are you planning to see? I am staying in District 3. Aren't you surprised that I have an answer to that question? I'm very cultured. I'm staying in the 3rd district. And I don't know. We have lots of plans of stuff to see. Nothing is set in stone yet, you know. I really want to go on that tram that has beer on tap inside of it. That seems like a really interesting thing to try to do. So that's what I want to do. Every country has good bread. Yeah, in Europe so far, yeah. I hope you enjoy Vienna. It's fucking beautiful. Some insane architecture. That was the first thing I noticed is like compared to Warsaw and compared to Poznan, which is another Polish city, those had very old architecture with history behind it. And it's all big stone and like very imposing, which I really enjoyed, to be clear. Here, it's much more modern. There's much more variance to the buildings and their shape and kind of texture, I would say, to them. Their texture is interesting. So from what little I've seen thus far, it looks like I'm going to have a really fun time looking at all the different buildings. I know that there's an Old Town district, which I look forward to visiting. I haven't seen it yet. But yeah, so far the buildings have all been really varied and nice. If there's anybody that knows architecture really well and wants to show me around, that would be really cool. I'm always low-key praying for like an architecture student to reach out to me in my email, because somebody that understands architecture, I feel like unlocks an entire different dimension to a lot of these cities. Are you taking up a room in the host's house, or do you have the whole place? He was really kind. He just went to a friend's place for a few days, in his girlfriend's place and whatever. So he's given me the whole place to myself, which is really, really cool of him. So I'm super grateful for that. Honestly, like I had a really, really good weekend in Poznan as well with my hosts. So if you're watching this, thank you. I loved you guys. I hope I made that like clear to you and know in certain terms. Your gifts at the end were super duper awesome. I'm super happy that like here, I'll tell you guys. One sec. Let me go grab it. Story time. Before that, I want to do a little bit of a shill. In case you didn't know, you can go on my Patreon, sign up for the $40 tier, fill out the Google form, and you can receive postcards. I'm sending the last of all of the Warsaw ones out tomorrow, hopefully. I have a bunch of stamps. I just need to put them on and put them in the post. So if you want that, definitely do that. That's always something that you could do. It came in this cute little bag. Let me give you the backstory. So basically, let me get all this out of here. Basically, there's this artist in Poznan who does he does a bunch of these like little spray painted eye dudes all over the city. And the first thing that I told them, so for context, they bought all of this stuff for me before I arrived. And so the first thing that I mentioned to them when I met up was, what's going on with the eye thing that's spray painted? And they're like, oh, fuck, you noticed that? And I'm like, yeah, I pay a lot of attention to graffiti. And I've noticed this around, and it seems different than everything else, and people don't paint over it, and like there seems to be some respect for it. And they told me about it, and they told me that this is basically a local artist who's now getting a lot of respect from the people in the city, and he spray paints these all over the place, doing different things. And so, like, you weren't supposed to notice? I guess not, dude. And so they were super stoked that like it was one of the first things that I mentioned, and that I was so interested in it, in the artist and their gallery that they had going on and the posters around the city. And so it worked out really well because they got me such cute gifts. Like, look at this. He found them. I did. Look, it's a pen with the eye on it. Isn't that cool? Like, I got a bunch of really cool stickers and this cute pen. They also know that I fuck books, so they got me this so that I won't forget where I left off, or where I left a little bit of me in the book, right? Because you don't want to just stumble across that or lose your place. That would be awful, right? When you're reading Futa Dojin. Anywho, yeah, I had a super good time. They were super duper accommodating, and they worked to make an itinerary every day for me and fill it with really cool stuff, and like go with me on transport all over the city. We spent like a whole like 3 days together. And all of it worked out so nicely, so serendipitously. Like, I mentioned that like hookah was something that I wanted to try while I was there, because hookah, I noticed that there were hookah places. It turns out that this couple had met at this hookah bar, and we were having a difficult time getting payment to work at these other different bars that we were at, because they have like the tap thing, and the bars weren't taking the tap thing. So we went to the hookah bar at the end of the night, which was supposed to close at 2 a.m., but they ended up letting us stay till like super duper late, like when the sun was coming up type of late. And yeah, I got to learn this story about how they met at that same place, and like, I don't know, it was like so wonderful. Miss me with hookah unless it's opium. Well, good thing we had opium on deck, bruh. We were fucked up. Obviously a joke. But yeah, and then we went to this castle called Zamek. Zamek is this like old royal castle, and the mother of the boyfriend worked at the castle, and she's worked at the castle for a really long time. So she had a bunch of insight into like how the exhibits were created and what goes on behind the scenes, and different parts of the castle that aren't on a tour or aren't, you know, a part of what you would see walking around. And she was showing us stuff that was like hidden, like this door that had like curved wood on it that's hidden because the door is normally open and nobody would be able to tell, like a bunch of little things. She was just so wonderful, and she was so like invested in like the history of this place, and like being a part of all of the administrative stuff in the castle. And like it was clear that she really, really liked her job. And even though there was a language barrier, like I had the son translating to the mother for me, and vice versa. It was just so fun. Like that didn't stand in the way at all in terms of like communicating stuff or having a good conversation or a good back and forth. And I don't know, I'm just super appreciative to these fellas, because it was a really good time. So props to you guys if you're watching this. And I did see, here's another thing they did that was super duper nice of them. And this is a never ending list of these. So where's my 2 a.m. book hookah blog? I mean, that could happen. Just invite me to wherever you are and prep some stuff for us to do. Where was I going? I forgot. What was the other nice thing? Oh, the whole time they were taking pictures and videos of me, like without me knowing. Sometimes I knew, but most of the time I didn't. And they put them all into a Google Drive for me so that I would have like third person views of different stuff. Like all of the pictures that you saw that were posted to the Twitter were all taken by these fine folks. So I'll be looking at that Google Drive tonight, putting in my own stuff and my own shots of them. And like, I don't know, it was just so wholesome. Holy shit, that's so cute. I know, right? They were so good to me. Like, I don't know. Like, it's so difficult to like express how nice too it was, and like how appreciative I am. That's really cool because they're not staged and shit, and you get to remember what it was really like. Yeah, like, oh man, it's tough to put into words like how grateful I was for the experience that they gave me, because it would not have been the same if I was there on my own, or you know, if they just spent a day with me, or you know, if they just gave me advice on where to go. Like, it really does mean a lot to spend the time with the people. And I said the same with the dude from Płock. I said the same with the dude that showed me around Warsaw. Like, spending time with people and getting to know them while at the same time getting to know their city was huge. And one thing that the boyfriend had said to me is he really wanted to experience a city that he had lived in his whole life and really loved from the eyes of somebody who has never been there before, and somebody who's eager to learn about it, and who's just doesn't know anything about it. And he said that I really like fulfilled that for him, and I was really happy to have done that. Because like, I do take weird interest in things. I ask questions that can be difficult to answer. Like, there were certain points during the castle tour where like all three of them were on their phones, the boyfriend, the girlfriend, and the mom, trying to look up answers to some of the historical questions I was asking, or questions about the castle that I was asking. And like, I do challenge people a little bit. Like, if you're going to tell me I can ask anything, I will trouble you with quite a few, questions. And so, they were just super the whole fucking time, dude. They were just rad. They stayed up super late with me a bunch. We went urban exploring in this like abandoned industrial complex. Like, it was just so awesome, so wonderful. And they gave me such a good insight into like what they like about the city and what they do in the city, and what they appreciate about it, and historical stuff from like how the city's changed over time since when they were kids and stuff. Also, if you've lived in a city, you often don't experience the city in the same way. No, not at all. You put cool things off because you think you can do them next week. True. Oh man, a whole research team. It's so cool. Yeah, it was. I told them I was going to make a YouTube video about touring the castle. Certain portions of which I need to make sure that I have the rights to. Like, I have the okay from the museum staff to show certain parts of the building and whatever. So I got to wait on that. But like, the part where they were all like trying to research things and like giving me answers, they were like, oh, please, for the love of God, don't include that. We are not experts. We could barely get you any like answers. But like, I want to like capture the cuteness of all of them working on it at the same time, and like striving to find some kind of answer. Because what's interesting about that castle is basically it's been occupied by numerous forces that have occupied the country. So then when the Nazis took over, they redid entire portions of the castle, and they added mosaics featuring motifs from the Nazi party, and they didn't remove it. They never removed that. They restored it and kept it as it was. And then the Soviets took over, and the Soviets occupied the country, and the Soviets made a bunch of changes to the castle and added artwork and in carvings and things like this. And each of them had their like their respective kind of ideological slant, right? They had reasons behind including these symbols and making the changes that they did. Like Hitler wanted to address everybody in the city when he was there, so he took down all of the fences and he built a balcony right where his study was so that he could go out and talk to the people. And beyond that, he added heated floors to the balcony so that he could spend long amounts of time regardless of the weather out there to give the speeches and stuff. When the Soviets took over, they included a bunch of like art about the history of Poznan, the city, that is like specifically meant to be like pro-Soviet stuff. Like, despite the long history of Catholicism and Christianity being a huge part of both Poland and Poznan in particular, I noticed that like in all of these depictions on the walls of the castle, it was them killing Christians. And I was like, it's so weird that you guys have such a history of Catholicism and whatever, but the Soviets chose to depict your wars and stuff in the past as you like killing Christians. And also they would pick like random figures from history to like bestow like honor onto that were like farmers or workers rather than the people who were like actually known for these periods of history. Or they made an arbitrary decision not to talk about Copernicus and they picked a random other scientist to talk about. Like, there were a lot of very strange decisions like made that like make sense when you think about what they wanted to accomplish, but like that's a part of the history too. Same with the Nazi stuff. Like, they kept up like some of the vague symbols. Like, I wouldn't know they're Nazi symbols unless it was explained to me like why. I don't know. It was just really awesome, and to get that insight from everybody was really, really cool. I just recently talked to a librarian at my local library, and it was crazy. They were like, did you know we have a copy of Newton's Optics with handwritten footnotes from Newton? And that was fucking next door. People who are passionate will always show you. Yeah. Yeah, like I wish I could talk more about some of the stuff that I got a chance to see while I was there. But again, we're waiting to hear back from the museum about like what's okay and what's not okay, etc. But like, suffice to say that like this director lady, she had like a lot of like insights into like how parts of the building look the way they look. And like, oh my God, the cat scared the shit out of me. I forgot that there's a cat. Like, she's had a lot of like input on like the why things look the way they look, how they were restored. Yeah, I don't know. I can go on and on and on about this. I got to see original Peanuts and Calvin and Hobbes drawings from a tour by a super passionate librarian. Nice. Yeah, librarians are huge. If you ever like want a bunch of info or want to like have a good place to start with research, librarians are good to go to. Maybe back up like 1 to 2 inches from the mic. Yeah, I know. So much history fades away or decays, so stuff that's literally in stone is so fucking cool. This is true, yeah. Anywho, well, what he's talking about the eye is shut it down. Anywho, let me find a place to put you guys for the night, because I think I'm all done. I gotta go to bed. I got to see the city tomorrow, you know what I mean? Sorry about the mic. I'll try to find a new one. I'll try to buy a new one. It really bums me out that this shit's broken, but it be what it be, you know what I mean? Who should we raid into? Who do you guys think? Any particular picks? Sag Mike, yeah, I know. It's unfortunate. Oh, do you want more food? I can give you another half of the package. Want more food? Yeah. Anybody want to go somewhere? Rage Pope? What is Rage Pope talking about? Oh, okay. /raid Rage Pope. Enjoy. Rage Pope school. All right, hop in, everybody. Off to Rage Pope we go. It's been a fun stream. Thanks for everybody that dropped by. Hope you come back on the next one that's not drama related or anything. Again, Lauren Southern, Friday at 7 p.m. GMT +2, probably 10 a.m. PST. Look forward to seeing you all there, and have a good rest of your week. Bye. And to the YouTube people, thanks for dropping by. I do appreciate you guys as well. Have a good rest of your night or your day, and I'll catch you on the flip side.